And then just in case people are just joining the meeting, we started our meeting at 6 o'clock tonight due to all the things on the agenda. And that time we were talking about some of the things that we're doing to make sure that we're an area, a city that's inclusive and respectful of one another. And we were talking about that, and we were asking Saul to talk from his perspective about that. And so this is his time.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the opportunity to share with the community. Again, we understand everyone's frustration, their anger on what has been occurring. We also feel it here at the Sheriff's Office. As everyone knows, our priority is to bring public safety to all the communities that we serve. And that is one of the most important responsibilities that I have as a chief, and also my deputies here on the coast side and throughout the county. We do respect the right for everyone to protest in a peaceful manner. I mean, that is our rights in this country, and we do respect that, and we support it. When things do evolve into the other element that we've been seeing in the media, where it becomes looting and other criminal behavior, that's when we start responding to those actions, not to the peaceful protesting, as I'm sure many of us can agree. The Sheriff's Office, we continue to implement programs and build relationships and gain that trust with the community. We're constantly striving to make ourselves better, and we're going to continue to do that through this time and moving forward. So I do want to just touch a little bit, as City Manager Nisbet said, regarding the curfew. There is a curfew that's going into place at 8:30 p.m. tonight. The reason for the curfew, from my understanding, is people at the county executive level and through our resources have received some threats strategically throughout the county. Here at the coast side, we haven't received any. So therefore, a curfew was implemented for the safety of the entire population of the county. So I would ask that those of you who do or who are not conducting essential business, there's some exemptions in the order of the curfew that allow you to travel from 8:30 to 5 a.m. tomorrow, and again tomorrow evening at 8:30 to 5 a.m. So I would suggest people become familiar with the curfew order itself. And with that, I'm open to any questions.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for being such a great partner. The sheriffs have just been, we've gotten to know them in Half Moon Bay. There's a lot of different programs that you offer to help get to know the community. And I appreciate the relationships you've established here in Half Moon Bay. So thank you so much. Are there any questions for our sheriff, our chief of police? All right. Well, thank you so much for making those comments and helping us through these times. Appreciate your help.
Thank you.
All right. I will open it now for public forum. So for people in the public, if you are not familiar with this process, this is where you can discuss things that are not part of the current agenda. And there is if you go to your bottom of your screen, you can see the participants, and you can click on that. And basically, when you click on that, you can raise your hand over to the right. It says raise hand. If you do that, Jessica will call on you, and you have 3 minutes to make a comment to council. And with that, are there any people with their hands raised?
There are, and I do have one emailed comment that I will read first. And if I could ask our attendees, if you do plan on speaking and you only have your first name, please also add your last name. Thank you. So I will read the first comment now, and then I'll open it up to our attendees. This one is from David Jerome. Hello, my name is David Jerome. My wife, Joelle Ducier, and I own the property at 332 Central Avenue. I'm asking that the City Council consider moving forward with the reallocation of Measure D applications, specifically one for the property that I own. I realize that it may be unusual to argue for one particular property in this forum, but I believe that this property is exceptional. The main house is the smallest house in the neighborhood and sits on one of the largest lots. The reallocation of Measure D allotment would be for an existing structure originally built with permits as a garage in 1961, then converted to a one-bedroom cottage sometime before 1975. We know that date because that is when it was assessed as a living unit by the County of San Mateo and the owners began paying property tax as a 2-unit property. It has been continually occupied since 1975, with the last tenant having lived in the cottage for some 6 years. We purchased the property in November of last year, expecting that the tenant would remain. In February, he gave us 30 days notice in order to move in with his girlfriend. We knew that some work was needed, but expected that with some minor repair, we would quickly put it back on the market. When I pulled up the rug, I discovered extensive dry rot, mold, and mildew. By this point, COVID-19 measures were in place and City Hall was closed. I was not able to apply for a permit since everything was closed, but I was anxious to fix the life safety issues in the cottage and get it rented again. I did not at this time realize the cottage was not considered a residential dwelling by the city, as it had been one for the past 45 years. I assumed that I could easily get my permits retroactively, and I documented how all of the work was done to code. Since receiving a stop work order, no work has been done on the cottage. It is weeks away from being complete, and all that is required are the permits which allow me to do so. This is a 600 square foot building which sits on the rear of a large lot. It fits Half Moon Bay, as well as California's desire to create additional small dwelling units. It has been initially reviewed by the HMB Planning Department and has their support, and as I have previously mentioned, has been a continuously occupied residence since 1975. I also have the support of my adjacent neighbors. With all this in mind, I respectfully request that you grant the Measure D allocation for the property at this time rather than waiting for review in September. I would happily provide any additional information that you feel useful. Thank you. That concludes emailed public forum comments. Excuse me. So, Crystalline, you're up. Go ahead.
Good evening. I just wanted to give a little bit of some shiny news that since Friday, when the health order came out saying that our businesses, retail businesses on Main Street could start slowly, allowing people to shop. We have at the visitor center received numerous phone calls from people over the hill and up San Francisco way that are very excited to come here and shop. So that was really wonderful because up until this point, it's been primarily about the beach and we're still getting those calls, but there has been a flip-flop where now the primary reason for their calling is retail, and then a follow-up question about restaurants. So when restaurants are allowed to serve on a more regular basis, that should start popping right away as well. So that was just awesome, wonderful, good news, and I wanted to share it.
Excellent. Thanks for letting us know, Crystal, and appreciate your partnership.
Okay, next we have Kim. Kim, go ahead.
Yes, hi, I'm Kim Gassett-Schiller. I've lived in Alsace-Lorraine for 28 years in the neighborhood. For the last 20 years, the parking has been free to the public in our neighborhood, and this has created a public health, safety, and environmental issue. The health issue is due to the increased trash and urine left behind by all the people visiting the beaches, visiting the bluff tops, visiting our neighborhoods. We have trash left on our beaches, urine left on our beaches, on our bluff tops, urine and trash, curbside urine and trash, storm drains, urine and trash, and we know that goes straight to the ocean. Trash in my backyard, trash in my mailbox, and even a large department store plastic bag filled with urine left in my front yard. This is unhealthy for all and bad for the environment for everybody. The unsafe situation comes because our neighborhood is not designed to be a public parking lot. There are no sidewalks west of Alsace-Lorraine Street. There are no crosswalks west of Alsace-Lorraine Street. The four-way intersections are four-way stops, two-way stops, some with no stops at all. There's no consistency on that. And when we have drivers coming that are unfamiliar with our neighborhood, this creates a very dangerous situation because our pedestrians have to walk in the streets. They're biking in the streets, running in the streets, strollers on the streets, pushing strollers, skateboarding, wheelchairs, using walkers. Everybody is in our streets. And now with cars parked on both sides of the street, everybody's in the middle of the street. This creates a very dangerous situation. And also an environmental situation is that people are creating new pathways to get to the beach. Since south of Francis State Beach and north of Poplar Beach, there are no bathrooms, there are no trash facilities, as well as there was only one made by the neighborhood pathway to get down to the beach. So people are creating their own new paths to get to the beach, which is bad for the cliff tops and dangerous for everybody that comes to use the beaches on our coast side. And I'm sure social media is providing information on where one can park for free so they can avoid the paid parking at all of our beach parking lots, our state and our city beaches. So now a variety of hundreds, if not thousands of people know where they can park for free for 20 hours. And I know that the city council can help us because years ago when our intersection was only a two-way stop in Alsace-Lorraine, we worked with the city council to make a four-way stop because we had within that intersection 10 children under the age of 6 that lived within 2 house lots from that intersection. It was a very dangerous intersection. In working with the city council, I know you can help us fix our situation here. I go out twice a day and pick up trash. Some days just overwhelmed with trash. Some weeks I have more trash from other people than I have enough room for my own trash. I'm doing everything I can, and we need your help in Alsace-Lorraine to help us with this dangerous, unhealthy, environmentally not safe situation. Thank you.
All right, Kim, thank you for your comments. We hear you loud and clear.
Thank you, Kim. Next, we have Sue Rainieri. Sue, go ahead.
Thank you for allowing me to address the council in these admittedly tumultuous times. Now more than ever is a time for leaders in all communities to truly take care of their people. For well over a year, visitors to the coast side have overwhelmed the capacity to safely serve them. Last spring, I wrote a letter to the council regarding unsafe conditions posed by traffic in residential neighborhoods after witnessing a near head-on collision between a visitor and my neighbor's daughter on Kelly Avenue. A visitor who was frustrated and stopped by traffic pulled into oncoming traffic for 2 blocks in order to get to Highway 1. This was 2019, before COVID. Fast forward a year and add a pandemic. For more than 2 months, lack of access to public parking and basic services, like restrooms and garbage cans, has forced visitors into residential neighborhoods west of Highway 1. I've experienced this in Alsace-Lorraine, but I'm aware of this impacting all coastal neighborhoods. Our neighborhoods were not designed for this volume of traffic and parking and do not provide restroom and trash facilities. Absent these basic services, visitors are finding no alternative but to urinate, defecate, leave used toilet paper in front yards, on the bluffs, or on the beach. This is a public health hazard in the best of times, but is compounded given the public health crisis we're in. In addition, visitors are not complying with social distancing and are generally not wearing face masks and posing additional risks to residents. Trash is an issue as well and is piling up in neighborhoods, bluff tops, and beaches, and poses risk to wildlife and the ecosystem if left unchecked. Traffic conditions are dangerous. Most neighborhood streets have no sidewalks and are now lined on both sides with parked cars, forcing pedestrians into moving traffic as they navigate to the beach. Visitors are blocking hydrants, speeding, and running stop signs, posing a hazard to pedestrians and cyclists, both locals and visitors as well. Unfortunately, even with the opening of the parking lots, visitors have been trained that free parking exists in neighborhoods. Rather than pay for parking, they know they can just park in the neighborhoods with no consequence and walk to the beach. This does not stop when the lots open up. The secret's out. Restrooms still don't exist in the neighborhoods, nor do trash facilities. The environmental impact still continues. This is not an issue of NIMBYism, nor is it anyone's desire to cut off public access to the beach. This is an issue of taking care of people and providing basic visitor serving amenities. It's about protecting residential neighborhoods that were not designed for providing guest services and creating additional guest services and alternate spaces. I believe if the Coastal Commission had seen the damage to the coast and bluffs after 3 days over Memorial Day, they would have found it as heartbreaking as I did. Everyone should be able to visit the coast, but everyone should also be provided with basic services. Short-term residents west of Highway 1 respectfully request expediting of permit parking as a temporary measure during this pandemic. We have more than taken one for the team with regard to trash and human waste pickup and damage to the environment, and are asking for a temporary reprieve from crowds disregarding health orders and leaving bio waste. This is not safe or healthy. Long-term, we're asking leadership to put together a comprehensive coastside plan that provides enhanced parking and basic services to visitors so they feel welcome and taken care of. Lack of a plan is forcing residents to take matters into their own hands, which is not always a positive thing. We invite you to spend a day in our neighborhood to see the impacts firsthand. We need a solution that provides access to visitors while at the same time protecting health and safety of residents. This is only achievable by working together. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you for your time and a well thought out message.
Thank you, Sue. Next, we have Thea Sullivan.
Hello, and thank you very much for allowing me to speak before the City Council tonight. I also have a comment about parking and safety that's brought on by the circumstances following COVID. I live in the Miramar neighborhood, and like my neighbors, I'm speaking here today because we do need a solution that will take us through the 2020 summer and possibly beyond. And we do need your leadership to make it happen. I think we've heard very eloquently from the prior speakers about the problem, and we've experienced it firsthand. The influx of visitors who really have no place else to go, and they need a bit of the coastside, just like we know that they do. But we need to make it a place where it is safe for everyone. And that includes the residents, absolutely our guests, and I'd also add our officials, the sheriffs, the people that run the park stations. They need to be treated with as much respect and need to be set up for success like everybody. I'd also add, and I think our speakers already mentioned this, the environment takes a big hit. My daughter and I are recently joined the National Charity League here on the coast side, and we did do a beach cleanup yesterday, and she picked up an empty bottle of rosé. In case you're wondering, it was a 2018 and it was empty. And there it was, along with ketchup packets and plastic bags on our beach. One course of action is not going to solve the problem. We need to look at this from multiple perspectives. And it really does involve a lot more complexity, but sometimes the things that are complex are that much more worthwhile. Parking is open, and we did see an improvement, absolutely, from the Memorial Day holiday. But as was already been pointed out, our very savvy visitors already know that they can park in the adjacent neighborhoods and not pay anything. We did witness this, even with signs and residents taking into account leaving all their trash cans out to block the roads as much as possible. And that's really not friendly and not the kind of reputation we want to have. I even saw west of Highway 1 and Surfers Beach, parking all along, even with the road where the red markings are, and people seem to be having a great time. I'm glad they didn't have to run across Highway 1, but that's certainly, again, not adding to the safety. If we were able to open more parking and have this be a place where we could direct people to with signage, with communications, then that could certainly alleviate the problem. This parking could be paid for, which in a way would also give our nonprofits a way to benefit from all of the wonderful visitors that are coming. And we would need to have resident parking, potentially just on weekends and holidays, with clear fines that would give clarity to our visitors, clarity to our residents, and clarity to our law enforcement where the rules are. people don't mind rules. They're happy to know because that way they know they can have a more enjoyable visit. Safety is the priority. And along with safety, that also means facilities for trash, facilities for bathrooms. In a way, this is really a great opportunity for us, not just to take care of one problem, but potentially to solve many. In the end, we all want the same thing. We want safer and better. And we know we're never going to get perfect, but we need to be able to adapt to the change that has befallen us, and we need to do it quickly. And I have to say, I'm excited and hopeful that we can adapt and potentially even be an example for other communities, and maybe be a good silver lining of what's coming through this crisis. So thank you again for your attention and for letting me speak today.
Thank you, Thea. And yeah, we're bringing up a lot of this stuff with both Cameron Palmer, who put on the Pumpkin Festival and helped organize that for the nonprofits. We're talking about other ideas. This goes in lockstep with that. And then we're also meeting with the superintendent of schools to talk about some ideas and use their lots. So we're exploring many options. We appreciate all the input.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you, Thea. Next we have Tarling.
Yeah, it's Leanne Tarling.
Got it. Thank you.
I just want to start off by saying I'm going to be along the same thread. I live in Alsace-Lorraine, got lots of thoughts and ideas. Just first of all, I want to say thank you all for serving on the City Council during such a chaotic and unsettling time in our history. It's left me shaken for days, everything that's happened. So, and I know that, okay, parking in a neighborhood probably does not seem like it's, oh, this is not a super important thing, but I realized during this time of civil unrest that there may be more pressing issues. However, the unrelenting demands made upon our neighborhoods will continue unabated if we as a community fail to come up with a working plan. Over the Memorial Day weekend, many areas of the coast were absolutely inundated with visitors. As the parking lots were still closed, those of us that live in the west of Highway 1 neighborhoods felt trapped in our homes due to the reckless driving, illegal parking in red zones, lack of masks, and hazardous waste left behind for the citizens of Half Moon Bay to pick up. Sheriffs were not enforcing parking restrictions as they were overwhelmed as well. I spoke to 3 officers over the weekend and they conveyed to me the message that we just kind of had to live with it for right now because there was nothing they could really do. The parking and traffic situation was slightly better this past weekend as the weather wasn't good and some, but not all of the parking lots were opened up. A few of my neighbors and I spent hours on Saturday afternoon clearing overgrown weeds, picking up trash, including used tampons, beer bottles, and condoms, and restoring a long neglected section of our street, which revealed a 75-foot red zone, which has not been painted probably in 25 years. That is very disturbing to me because people are consistently parking down there and we know they shouldn't be, and there's no one's ever ticketed. I think that I saw one ticket 2 days ago. Today I ventured out for a walk on the bluff top, and sadly, the city's instructional signs have been ignored. You've got those brand new signs there, and I feel they are too close to the ground. People walk right past them. At Poplar Beach, I noticed a large group of 20-somethings, around 20 of them. They were not socially distancing, and none of them were wearing masks. That group and everyone else on Poplar Beach accessed it via the chain link at the top of the concrete barrier. The visitors were too lazy to walk the half mile up the trail. No doubt they probably left trash and urine on the beach too. I don't think this is what the Coastal Commission had in mind when they were charged with protecting the coast. I'm looking to you, the City Council, and leaders of our beautiful Half Moon Bay to provide answers to these questions. How can we get more toilets at all parking lots? When will temporary parking permits for impacted neighborhoods be issued? Can the city open up other lots for a fee? I know this was discussed, so perhaps Cunha Hatch or the high school. Does the district have school buses to possibly transport visitors from said lots? How can we get more directional signs for toilets, trash recycle receptacles, and parking at every trailhead? Who will issue fines for public urination and defecation? Have you thought about paid public ambassadors or beach and bluff monitors? I believe educating our visitors is key to protecting our bluffs and beaches. I'm well aware that the city is facing a financial crisis. It must rely on its citizen volunteers to step up and protect our hometown. It begins with us. Thank you.
Great message. Thank you. And this is being recorded, and we'll be able to use this information when we talk with the Coastal Commission. So thank you so much for your comments.
Thank you, Leah. Next we have, oops. Edwin.
Hello,
Edwin,
can
go
you hear
ahead.
me?
We got you. Go for it.
Okay, let me, I sent this by email, but I think too late because I was tardy. Anyway, council members, I'd like to thank Mayor Eisen for his statement today regarding race in our community. It was an important message reinforcing our best values, and I'm sure one that our community will rise to. It is an unfortunate yet understandable reality that it often takes an extraordinary event or emergency for important issues within our society to rise to the surface and spur discussion and action. It is also an unfortunate and understandable pattern that once things start to settle down and the immediate emergency or urgency passes, that we tend to slide back into the more comfortable normal. For an issue like race and racism, that is so complex, so embedded in our society's DNA, so rife with passionately held opinions, this return to the normal is a recipe for future disaster. I encourage the council to continue these conversations on race after the current flare-up passes, not with any expectation of quick fixes attained via bold initiatives, but by facilitating public spaces, forums, be they virtual or in real time and space, for these discussions to exist safely, guided by a spirit of empathy and without judgment. There are a lot of non-doctrinaire resources out there to do so. One entry point I might suggest is discussions around the concept of implicit bias, a type of bias that 100% of people carry, despite whatever race they are. I've included this with this email, a link to a resource on this issue. I hope you consider taking a look at it. And I won't read the URL because it's long. So, but I'm sure Jessica has the email by now, so she can forward it to you. So thanks much for listening. Stay safe, stay healthy. Edwin.
Thank you, Edwin.
Thank you, Edwin. Next we have Ellen Young.
Hello. Yeah, I am Ellen Young. I'm a professor of biology over at Kenyatta College, and my husband and I moved to Half Moon Bay about a year ago. And I want to thank Edwin for his words. A lot of what I have to say is very much along the same lines of, Sergeant Lopez, I really appreciate your comments and commitment to making sure our police force is doing the best that they can do. And I just feel like as a white person, I want to make sure that I'm showing my commitment to anti-racism in everything that I do. And to me, the thing that was troubling today for myself living in Half Moon Bay was that the loudest message that surfaced above all of the news and all of the social media was the curfew. And to me, if the curfew is the loudest thing that people are hearing, it's letting the people who are the outsiders, that are the rare violent people, it's letting them win. And I think as a city, we need to take an active stance. And so I would really like to see our city make a more direct and clear statement. Mayor Eisen, I haven't read your statement, but it sounds like it was along good lines. So thank you for doing that. But yeah, I think making sure that there are actions that are being taken after all this commotion ends, because there will be other things that happen. Fire season is coming. There are going to be things that come along and sweep this under the rug. And so I think there needs to be systematic change and things put on a calendar so that it's not just something that fades away when the protest signs get folded up. So thank you so much for your time, and thank you for all that you do. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Ellen. Appreciate the comments.
Thank you, Ellen. The next speaker is Janae Dickey. Go ahead, Janae.
This is Jeannie Zorzi Dickey. I'm grateful for all the comments that have been made by my neighbors tonight. I have personally experienced violent, disgusting incidents on my property and have observed atrocious behavior on Guerrero Avenue and Alameda Avenues. Visitors traversing private property to urinate and defecate on my neighbors and my property, drunken disorderly conduct, foul language, loud music, et cetera, et cetera. And so a few suggestions. I know that the sheriff's office is overwhelmed. How about deputizing citizens as a traffic patrol effort so that people can get fined for parking where they shouldn't park? How about using the signs that have been taken away from some of the areas that were locked down before to protect streets like Alameda Avenue and Guerrero Avenue from people parking illegally? And how about giving the citizens a little bit more power in terms of defending their own property? I've already invested in security cameras for my home because of the incidents that have occurred here. In addition to the email that I sent to you a couple of weeks ago, I have since found, as one of the other neighbors said, Ziploc bags full of urine, dirty mini pads, disgusting things. My green bin was filled with filthy diapers, booze bottles, beer cans, rotten food, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not going to call the sheriff about that. They have better things to do. And your citizens want to help stop this terrible situation that's occurring in our beautiful, beautiful town. So how about letting us participate? Maybe just giving us a few cones to put at the end of the street to say resident parking only. Guerrero Avenue has 5 homes on either side of the street. There have been as many as 13 cars parked on Guerrero Avenue and consistently. Today there were 12. It's not just the weekends, it's happening every day. And I have been advised by 2 neighbors that perhaps I should get a rifle or a pistol so that I can defend my property. This is insane. I moved here from Fremont because gangs from Richmond and other areas, Oakley and other areas in the East Bay, were coming to my neighborhood and terrorizing people by burglarizing their homes, stealing chains off of their necks as they walked through our community, and holding grandparents who were pushing their grandchild in a baby carriage, holding them at gunpoint and robbing them. I thought I was moving to a better place, and now I'm faced with the same dilemma that I was faced with when I lived there. It isn't going to stop. Another thought is, how about telling Waze to take these streets off of their website where people can park for free? You know, I'm willing to do anything I can, and I'm hoping that it's clear from everyone's comments tonight that everybody wants this to stop. Please embrace us and let us help when there's a lack of staffing for the sheriff. The sheriffs can't deal with all this stuff. Nobody can control all of this stuff or even touch it at the top level. And we want to help. Let us know how. Thank you.
Thank you. And Saul, would you mind just talking? I'm curious. It's not the first time I've heard people asking about being, let's quote unquote, deputized. Can you just talk to what that is from, you know, more a sheriff standpoint?
Sure. Deputize is probably a better suited term is being a volunteer in policing. That's what we call them, VIPs. We do have a great program at the sheriff's office where residents can sign up. They go through a very brief background, and then they volunteer as the previous person said, lady said, and we have a lot of locals that do it. I think our volunteer force is well over 100 or 200 volunteers, and they're throughout all the jurisdictions that we have, and we do use them for traffic control situations, being extra eyes and ears. Not so much for enforcement. We do have, our community service officers, which the city does employ one full-time 40-hour-a-week employee, and obviously we utilize that person on a very specific schedule based on traffic conditions and visitor conditions. So obviously every weekend that individual is working here locally and giving tickets. To a previous comment that was made that we are not issuing citations, that couldn't be, I want to correct that statement, because this past weekend, and I'm going to give totals briefly for the entire coast, because every citation we give does impact the coast as a whole. So for the North Coast, everything north of Sam's Chowder House to Double Slide, we handed out 319 parking citations just for that area. For the city of Half Moon Bay, 302 citations in a 3-day period. So Saturday, Sunday, Monday of Memorial Weekend, we gave out 302. And for the South Coast, which is the majority of responsibility falls on state parks and the Highway Patrol, but as all of you know, we partner up with them. We issued personally 177 citations, totaling close to 800. So, it is a small number in comparison to the amount of visitors that people see, but it is drastically 300-400% our average that we give out on any busy weekend. As the council knows, I brought in extra personnel. I think I had a total of 5 deputies this weekend working here, plus extra staffing for parking enforcement. So I did concentrate on the city limits itself, and I know it doesn't feel like we weren't out there, but we were. As a matter of fact, I tripled the size of the contract just for a weekend, knowing the impacts, and obviously we all work together to open up the coast again and give some relief to the neighborhoods and get those parking issues that everyone has mentioned back into those parking lots that we're all accustomed to during the summer.
Okay, and then Bob, thank you, Sal. Thank you so much for that. And Bob, can you talk to or have somebody address the resident? There's also that piece where people want to say residents only in certain neighborhoods for parking, and just give perspective, or maybe that's Saul as well, but the why that's not generally something that's easy to do.
Sure, Mr. Mayor, and members of council, members of the public, thanks for all the comments tonight on this issue. So we have talked about permit parking at the last couple of meetings, and we should continue to talk about it. I'll start in general, and then I'll go back to kind of where the council started going in terms of more of a, call it temporary, call it pilot, call it a more focused program that speaks to the public health crisis and the pandemic that we have. But starting generally, as some of the speakers even noted themselves, these are public streets. We do have a coastal commission whose mission since 1976 is to protect the coast, provide access to the coast. And as some of the speakers mentioned, when coastal resources are overused, that actually does go against the mission of the Coastal Commission. So it is a balance that we have and the Coastal Commission has. But in general, in finding that balance of both protecting and restoring the coast, but also ensuring access to all to the coast, the Coastal Commission has a history of being very vigilant in being against privatizing streets, private communities along the coast, cutting off access to coastal resources, and then in that same area, allowing permit parking programs to exist in areas that are close to the coast. This comment I just made is not made by recent or full research on my behalf or our staff's behalf. It's somewhat anecdotal. There are examples of when permit parking was allowed. There's actually 2 examples in the city. Given that we have lots of new staff and don't have the complete institutional memory of those permit programs, I think there are certainly some residents who have lived here long enough to know how they work better than I do. There are 2. There were times where the city applied for other ones that got denied by the Coastal Commission. And we have heard, again, anecdotally, that the 2 that we have were modified by the Coastal Commission at some point. Again, we haven't researched this, but they used to be 24/7. They were then tailored to the nighttime hours between 12 and 4 to more, I guess, go after people who were sleeping or trying to camp near the beach and that kind of thing. So there is a history generally on that. But clearly, I think the council is hearing, and we've heard the last now 3 meetings in a row, that is an option. Certainly people that live in those neighborhoods would like the city to explore to deal with some of the negative impacts that the public make when they come to visit the coast. Some of the people who don't do the right things. More focused, that came up, I think 2 meetings ago. Councilmember Ruddick, I believe, brought it up first, and acknowledging that generally it may not be the right thing to do if we want to be in sync with the Coastal Commission's mission. And so the thinking, I think, from Councilmember Ruddick was that this is a problem that's special. It's a crisis, and it is a health problem. So the question was, given the emergency order that we're currently under locally and at the county level, given that the Coastal Commission has shown through communications with us their ability to work with local jurisdictions to adapt to unique circumstances, is it possible that something could be done temporary? So we started that ball rolling. The first step was just to test the water with the Coastal Commission staff. We did that, and we got a reply that they would absolutely need the connection to the public health crisis that we would be saying that we have in our hands. And that would be something from our public health officer. We have not taken that step yet. It is a step that could be taken. But then I'll just go to, the policy issue here, of course, and defining those things. What would temporary look like? What neighborhoods? I mean, then there's all the logistics of doing it, even if it's temporary. And so that's something that the council can continue to discuss. I would say that we're under public forum right now, so we probably shouldn't go any farther than my answer. But we have had those public work sessions. I would say if the council wants to go to the next step, it should probably actually be an agendized item. It would still be a study session. We wouldn't have definitive action yet, but we would put it on the normal agenda for the council so that it could be rolled around, and then some of these questions we could get direction and decide how to proceed from there. So that's the long answer. Sorry about that. We're under public forum, but you wanted to acknowledge that this is something that's come up before. It's on the council's radar, and I guess if it continues to be on the council's radar, then staff just needs direction on where to go next.
Debbie, did you want to? It looks like, yeah. Councilwoman Ruddick?
Yeah, so I think I suggested last time that it would be helpful to have, a workshop setting and discuss how to deal with not just the overflow in the neighborhoods, but more of an overall plan. Because I agree with speakers. I don't think this is going to stop. I think, as the world warms up, more people are going to want to come to the beach. If they can't travel, they're going to want to take day trips. I just don't, see this as abating significantly over the long term. So I think we need a plan to work with the schools on opening up lots, trying to find, trying to leverage nonprofit and school resources, to make it work, make it attractive for them to want to participate. I've mentioned before the idea of not so much a permitting program, but traffic circulation plans for the neighborhoods. As I've mentioned before, there are neighborhoods adjacent to Stanford University that have certain streets, closed off except to residents, basically making them, cul-de-sacs and making them unattractive for through traffic or parking, that sort of thing. So why not look at, potentially physical barriers or signage or combination that deals with circulation and gets people to the beaches. Maybe as we're looking at the Poplar Gateway plan, which is a longer term plan with pieces, maybe the neighborhoods are part of the gateway, because they're adjacent to the beaches. We have informal access ways that are damaging habitat, leading from like Railroad Avenue out to the bluffs. We need to close off some of those and restore habitat there. So, I'd like us to start with a workshop and identify really all the pieces that might be necessary to get a handle on this, all the partnerships that might be needed, a resource plan that, there might be grants, there might be amendments to the LCP, I don't know, but we're a beach community. And I know, it's kind of a crisis and an emergency, but we're a beach community, and that's where we have to put resources and time and effort, right? We want to make the beach experience good, not for just visitors, but those who live here too. So that's where I'm headed.
No, very good. Thank you. And obviously, I'm just going to chime in a little bit, but defecating and trashing our neighborhoods is unacceptable. We all know that. Everybody, most of us live on the west side of the highway on this call from council. So we see it firsthand ourselves. We're familiar. The thing is, it's important for people to understand, we learned the shelter in place order as it changed. We learned about the new change before Memorial Day weekend on about Tuesday. And as all of us as council tried to open up the beaches as quickly as possible, there are 8 jurisdictions which we needed to all align with in order to open the beaches. It's not just as easy as flipping a switch when we're opening up the beach parking lot. And there were a lot of different reasons why some places couldn't open, and we didn't want to overwhelm different areas by opening some but not all the others. So the good news is we were able to align and get everybody organized, so we were able to open them last weekend. The problem was Memorial Day weekend, we knew we couldn't open it fast enough based on all the calls we made to all the different jurisdictions. We had state parks, Peninsula Open Space Trust, Coastside Land Trust, Granada Sanitary District, the harbor, the county, and there's probably a couple others I'm missing in there. But it requires a lot more coordination than they meet the eye when people just think, oh, let's just change. But there's a lot of moving parts going on right now, and we are adjusting as fast as we can every week as things change. So go ahead.
One more thing. So I think education is an important piece of this too. And we have a tremendous communication staff right now at City Hall with Jessica and Colleen. We should let people know what we expect. So if we can't deputize people, maybe we have ambassadors, right? We had some staff who were doing that. Maybe that was a good idea after all. Enlisting other people, give them, hoodies or something to wear, vests, to approach people. You're not social distancing. You can't park here. We're concerned about your impacts in our, the neighborhoods. So I think education is really important, and it's not an easy fix, right? Because changing behavior is really hard. But, that's a way for people to be involved is, the education piece. So.
No, all in. Just wanted to hit all that. Anything else before we move on to the last caller or the last speaker?
I had,
please.
As I've heard all the speakers and as we're speaking now, one question that I do ponder is, let's say we do get permit parking approved by Coastal Commission for temporary neighborhoods. Are we confident that we actually have enough space in the parking lots at beaches and a few high schools to accommodate the kind of, so back to Debbie's point, I don't think we do. So there does need to be some sort of plan, bigger plan of advising people who want to come over, hey, here's certain hours. I'm not sure how that would work, but I think even if we did open, with everything open, and as more and more people, again, as Debbie mentioned, looking for day trips because they're not going to feel comfortable traveling further, we don't quite know what the capacity is and the desire. So it's a supply-demand situation with parking space. So it's something we really want to think about to accommodate everybody's needs. So again, just something for us to think about.
And one follow-up comment to that, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Brownstone, and I think it also goes to some of the comments that the speakers made. I think Councilmember Brownstone's onto something here. So just for everyone's information, this past weekend, which obviously was not Memorial Day weekend, and the weather was not as nice, when the state parks, when we all moved, as the mayor said, to open up the lots in sync, the state parks decided not to open up the lot at Dunes. And they did that because from their experience, and again, some of the speakers made the point that things have changed. The pandemic has changed people's behavior. And the question now is their behavior going to go back to normal or not? Some of the speakers made that comment. They now discovered where free parking is. They'll never go back to normal. So we'll see about that. But from the state parks experience, they knew that they wouldn't need Dunes open. And so, and they also have their own staffing issues. And so I think the question of how many parking spaces is enough is a good one. And again, we'll have to see if the world has changed. I mean, is it true that we're going to get more tourists now? And is it true that people are going to avoid pay parking? We'll see. I think we need some time to see if people go back to normal or not. But my observation, given and watching what the state parks does and how they handle their overflow, is that it's pre-pandemic, it was fairly rare that all beach parking spaces were full on the best days in Half Moon Bay. I went by there every day last summer, and they have those 2 overflow lots at Venice that they generally keep closed. They're dilapidated. They don't even use them anymore. So this also speaks to some of the speakers' points of actually upgrading facilities. But they open them on the nicest days. They probably opened them 15 days last year was my observation. And I think if the facilities are nice and we do go back to a more normal behavior, I think the parking lots, if they were used effectively, may be right. The state parks has, I think, about 1,000 parking spaces, if I counted correctly. There's a lot. And I think one avenue, and if we have this workshop, it sounds like we'll explore lots of different options. But we have been talking to state parks pre-pandemic about making the Venice area nicer and more user-friendly. And that would take pressure off some of the other hot spots like Poplar and Miramar, et cetera. Venice is a gold mine, in my opinion, and maybe people like it that way. So I don't want to get into a debate here. But it has the most parking of all the beaches, actually. And the problem is that the access to the beach has been cut off by the routing of the creeks, which is a project that I know they want to pursue and fix that. So that, and there's restrooms there that are dilapidated. They were taken out of commission years ago. Venice, to me, has possibility to really be a relief here. So I just wanted to make that note because I thought it followed up nicely on Councilmember Brownstone's point and some of the points of the speakers. I think the parking is there. I think we will get back to some sense of normal. And I think it is about improving the facilities we have, the collective facilities we have, and we can provide a nice amenities for the tourists.
Very good, very good. And we've explored some options with that parking lot as well. So all good, and thank you all for participating in that. Are we ready to move on to the last speaker? Oh,
yeah, we actually have 2 more now.
2 more now? Are we ready to move on to those 2?
Yeah, Eric Schiller, go ahead.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead, Eric.
We can hear you.
I'm here to reiterate a few points that have already been made, predominantly about trash and the excess amount of urine. I would also like to respond to Officer Chief Lopez, whose comments. I thought the sheriff were very present in the neighborhood west of 1. I definitely saw them out always had great interactions with them. But I will say that the amount of ticketing was virtually non-existent. San Mateo's or New York City, 13 miles away, all cars are exceeding the 10-mile ban that was in place at the time. And our neighborhood was completely full. Like this isn't detective work here. Each person, not each car, each person is $1,000 ticket. Each littering ticket is $1,000 ticket. Tickets are just not going out. There's only a couple streets into this neighborhood, and it's not easy to put out a message that illegally parking will be ticketed and fined. Furthermore, there are many cities throughout the peninsula that have a zero tolerance for, say, parking too late, for speeding. I don't understand why Half Moon Bay can't have a zero tolerance for littering. And I would challenge the city council to create that message. Thank you.
Yeah, I like that perspective. We have to put our brains together to figure out that one, but I like the concept. And obviously the 10-mile radius has since changed and is no longer in existence, but I know you're talking about.
But at the time it was.
Exactly. So thank you so much for your comments. All right.
Thank you, Eric. And lastly, we have Joan. Joan, go ahead.
And then Joan, we can't hear you yet, but you're probably just needing to put your microphone on maybe.
Joan, are you there?
Okay.
Here we go.
I'm wondering if that may have been an accidental phrase. So I think that's it.
All right, very good. Nicely done, everybody. All right, good public comment. Let's move on. Let me get back in here. Give me a second, I'm sorry. All right. Let's move on to resolutions. Oh, I'm sorry. Regular meeting. Let's move on to the consent calendar for the regular meeting. We have 2 items on the consent calendar.
I move that we approve the consent calendar. Items 1A, waive reading of resolutions and ordinances, and item 1B, resolution calling for the holding of the November 3rd, 2020 general municipal election.
Second.
Perfect. And Jessica, will you kindly go through the rounds?
Yes, Councilmember Rohrbeck?
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose?
Yes.
Councilmember Reddick?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Brownstone?
Yes.
Mayor Eisen?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. And we are moving on to item 2, which is the ordinances and public hearing. Now, this is going to be a little bit of an unusual format that most of us are not used to based on the way that this needs to proceed. So item 2A is the sewer service charges protest hearing and introduction of ordinance amending the Half Moon Bay Municipal Code. And in order to,
Mayor.
yeah, let me just get back for this one. Okay, so I'm going to start off with my mayor's statement on this. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so this item is item 2A, sewer service charges protest hearing and introduction of the ordinance amending the Half Moon Bay Municipal Code. This is the last step in the Proposition 218 process required by state law to adjust the city's sewer charges. Notices of this public hearing were mailed out for the 45-day protest period required by Prop 218. This public hearing gives property owners and residents another opportunity to obtain information about proposed sewer charges and to provide any additional input or comment to the city. As explained in the notice, protests must be in writing, and the city has received protests by mail that will be tallied tonight. In addition, protests that have not been submitted may be dropped off at the drop box outside the TED Adcock Center until the close of the public hearing. Valid written protests must contain a description of the property, including the address and/or assessor's parcel number, and the name and signature of the property owner submitting the protest. After the end of the public comment portion of this hearing, the protest period will close and votes will be tallied before the council may approve the updated sewer charges. 2, receive staff report on sewer service charges. Council questions to staff. 3.
So if I can interrupt, Mayor,
Okay.
I would just suggest that you can go ahead and turn this over to staff for the presentation.
All right, so good. So we'll get a presentation on this, and then just so you know, because we're doing this by way of Zoom and it's the whole thing's a little unorthodox, we are going to at some point, and maybe we'll get into this when we talk about the staff report, we're going to need a 10-minute break for one of our staff members to go down to the TED Adcock Center, see if there's any ballots, tally them up, and then report back to us. So just so you understand how the process will work a little bit.
Correct.
All right.
Thank you.
Now we can move on to the staff report.
You ready, Mayor?
I think so. I'm trying to follow all this stuff.
Sorry, the dog got excited. Mayor, council members, thank you for your service and being here tonight. My name is John Dowdy. I'm your Public Works Director, and with me tonight is our very able consultant, Tommy Pavlovich from Municipal Financial Services, who has worked with us along the way and been a great assistance. I would like to first say, tonight is the culmination of actually more than 9 months of analysis of the sewer enterprise funds, at our rate structure, and looking forward at the needs both the city's system as well as the needs of the SAM facilities, the treatment plant, intertie pipeline system, etc. We have presented findings and draft reports to you over the last several months, including a presentation on March 17th as well as on April 7th. We've also been to 3 meetings of the City Council Finance Committee to discuss structures, rates, and next steps moving forward. On April 7th, your council authorized staff to notice the ratepayers, the property owners involved in the ratepayers of the impending hearing and opportunity to protest for June 2nd. That is the purpose of tonight's meeting, which is to proceed with determining whether there is a majority protest and then take actions accordingly based upon that. This hearing is a very prescriptive hearing process. Other aspects of what we did in terms of noticing and everything related to this are extremely prescriptive under Proposition 218 and other provisions of state law. But this is primarily really about Proposition 218. And this presentation, unfortunately for many of you, will seem very familiar, and I apologize for that in advance. On the other side, there are some changes, but it's also an expectation that we will have new viewers tonight in the mix who may not have seen the materials in prior presentations to the City Council. So with that, I'll proceed into the presentation. Tommy is here and online and available to answer questions. I'll leave it to the council in terms of how you wish to proceed. But for me, it would be probably in this forum easiest to go through the presentation and then hold questions to that point. But if there's something that council is dying to ask, and at that point, just yell out and we'll stop and we'll try to answer.
All right, thank you, John. Good start. Here we go. I'm excited.
Okay, so let's see here. Why am I not moving? My okay. So again, tonight is a process to determine whether there is a majority written protest for against the rate increase. And based on the number of notices sent and the Proposition 218 requirements, which is 50% plus one protest, it would be 1,645 written protests necessary tonight to result in a formal protest and an absolute inability to move forward. And tonight also we have a package of ordinance amendments for Municipal Code Chapters 1336 and a new Chapter 1338 to implement provisions related to the rate adjustment. So again, we've commenced this work in August and have been going through. Obviously, in any scenario, we would have preferred not to be here. We would prefer to not have, first and foremost, we prefer not to be here because we would love to have had rates and a rate structure that was working and fully funding the necessary activities and improvements and operations, but it is not doing that. Unfortunately, also, we find ourselves in the midst of the COVID-19 challenge and issues. And as we all know, businesses and residents have been facing significant challenges. We know that. We're not, we're here not because we're tone deaf, but because we have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that the sewer enterprise is funded. We also have a moral and obligation to make sure that we are not polluting this valuable and critical beach and habitats, much like what the comments from the community has been saying about some of the other issues. If we do not maintain and operate and deal with our sewer system, it is far worse than anything that our neighbors from the east can do on a weekend to our community, to our beaches, or to our waterways. So this is important. And ultimately, with what we presented to you on April 7th and much what we're going to kind of present today is that now is the time to move forward and to put this forward. And in part because the rates and the rate structure will never be, one, a good time to do this. No one likes rate increases. And two, the sooner we do this, the less costly those adjustments are going to be ultimately. And remember, and a reminder that these are rates, all of our sewer rates and charges are attached to property tax bills. So nothing that the council may do tonight in terms of this rate will be seen by residents or to the ratepayers until they pay their first property tax in December of 2020. And the second half of that will not be seen until April of 2021. And I know a lot of people have said, you know, and concerns legitimately, hey, we're in the midst of this problem right now. And the good news, you know, if there is a good news, is that none of these increases will hit residents or the property tax payers until later on, including December and April of next year. So we issued almost 3,300 mailed notices, and this is in accordance with Prop 218. We created a web page that provided a great deal of information. We received emails and correspondence and tried to do the best we could to respond to those and provide information to those individuals. And I think this has been, if nothing else, an incredibly well-informed process. our notice, having looked through many notices throughout the state to try to find the right answer for us, is perhaps the most detailed notice I've seen anywhere in the state, and my peers and colleagues have commended us for our notice, frankly. Again, and I won't go into great detail of this, but we own and operate a sewer collection system. We also participate in a joint powers authority with the Grenada and Montera, and combined with the city, that constitutes SAM, Sewer Authority Mid-Coast Side, which is responsible for operating the sewer treatment plant and certain conveyance systems to the north. And to reiterate again, we have not asked for a rate increase since 2014. And to some extent, we'll talk a little bit more about that. That is a challenge. It's a good and a bad. But basically, we're here 6 years later, finally asking for some rate adjustments. And as noted and in the report and in prior discussions, it's fiscally unsustainable to continue with the current rate structure. Our sewer enterprise fund will not be sustainable. And ultimately, we are doing everything subject to the provisions of Proposition 218 and other state laws. So again, operations and maintenance includes a lot of things: pipes in the ground, maintaining those, inspecting those, repairing them. It also includes, tonight you approved the contract with Sewer Authority for cleaning. This is their Vector truck. This is what they use to clean our lines throughout the city. We also have 3 pump stations and 3 force mains. You 2 meetings ago awarded a contract for construction of over $2.1 million toward construction of a new force main and pump stations for the Ocean Colony area. We're also doing work at Pelican Point, and we'll be doing work at a 3rd pump station as well. All of these, unfortunately, cost quite a bit of money, and they require ongoing regular operations, maintenance, and emergency 24-hour-a-day emergency oversight. We also access and work through our sewer maintenance with manholes, and we also constantly are doing maintenance repair of those. And ultimately, our partners at SAM handle the treatment of what we send through our collection system from the city of Half Moon Bay, as well as the other 2 agencies. And these are just component pieces of different steps in the treatment process at SAM. And hopefully when COVID's over, they will begin their tours of the plant. And I encourage anyone and everyone to go and schedule a tour at SAM and see the treatment plant. It's always interesting, and I promise you it's not really gross. Speaking of SAM, SAM costs are a major component of our sewer cost, and those costs related to SAM have gone up significantly over the last several years for many reasons. And also the city's share based on flow and the Joint Powers Authority has also increased significantly from 47% to 56%. So we have not only seen a substantial increase in the overall budget for SAM, but we as the city have seen an increasing percentage on our shoulders up to 56%, and that is where we are today. The good news is tonight as a follow-up item to this is potential approval of the SAM operating budget, and that budget basically is relatively unchanged, roughly a 1% decline even for the coming fiscal year. So stabilizing, and those were assumed in the rate structure that we developed. So we assumed those things happening, which is some stabilization in the SAM cost to some extent. So where do we stand, and why do we say that the sewer system as it sits today is unsustainable in terms of the rate structure. This is a very simple line. The black line represents the sewer fund if we do nothing. And that means basically by fiscal year 22-23, we will actually go below zero in terms of our cash situation. We will not have the funds to pay for operations, maintenance, either of our collection system in the city limits or at SAM as well. And that's not an acceptable option. We have obligations by federal and state law to maintain a sewer system. And we also have obligations as a member of SAM, the Sewer Authority Mid-Coast side, to fund their operations and to treat the effluent that flows through our collection system. So this is the scenario. I know, that it isn't to scare people. It's just to state the obvious of why we're here and why we have to start looking at adjusting the sewer charges. Sorry. So this line basically represents where we look to be in terms of the revenues and expenditures, and what that shows is over the next several years is spending down the capital reserve that we have in place, and reaching a point in which we have roughly about $1.8 million dollars of reserves, and that includes emergency reserves and capital reserves. And so that's very different than where we are at approximately 8 million today. So all of this and everything that we're talking about in terms of rate adjustments and rate changes still results in this line and flow down and expenditure for operations and capital of our reserve funds that we've built up over the years. And speaking of reserves, this is our targeted capital projects line. Basically, the purple line is what we're looking to try to the purple line is what we're trying to maintain as an emergency reserve, basically at 75 days of cash. That is industry standard, but it's by no means a large amount of money, but it is the industry standard, roughly 75 days of cash on hand. And that's the purple line running down the bottom. So you can see when you attach that emergency reserve and you look at the increment from that point up to at 2024, 25, you can see that there isn't an amount of reserve left in terms of other emergency actions and or capital reserve. And ultimately, this reflects, the red line reflects what this rate adjustment does and shows basically year one is roughly a stable revenues, virtually the same revenues as what we are receiving this year. And that we've explained is basically part of an adjustment in the rate structure itself. And then in the outer 4 years, basically an incline there that represents the rate adjustments annually at that point. And what you can see is sort of the black line and the red line with hope at 2024, 25, basically flattening out and equalizing out to keeping a steady reserve and keeping a steady no additional increases in rates. But as has been directed in prior council meetings, we are committed and we'll come back to the council in year 2 and or 3 and look at where we are with the rates and determine at that point whether additional adjustments up or down or nothing are necessary in the coming outer years from that point. So we will continue to monitor and address that. And then most people are asking, what does this mean? Well, the majority of our ratepayers are in the residential side of the equation. And this is what those look like in terms of just the percentages on the blue line. And again, the next slides will talk about this. But because of the adjustments in the rate structure, I'll put it in this way: there are winners and losers in the mix, and ultimately getting to the point of a flat structure is ultimately where this was directed to go. So I'm not going to go into great detail with this. This was included in the notice. It's also included as Exhibit B on your resolution tonight, and this has been posted around. So basically, if you look at this, the average rate for single family is at $828 in 2021. The average rate for single family average is about 830 today. So it's while we're looking at again some parties seeing larger than that increases overall on the average, those rates are going actually slightly down on an average. And finally, you'd also note that the mobile home and senior apartment, and the senior apartments are a new class, and those actually are reducing from their current charges down from current charges to 504, and those are related to their actual water usage and flow rates. So this contrary to I think what some people perceive out of this with the flat rate, we are still using water usage as a component. It's just not the only component to this, and we've basically tried to average out in that mix. And Tommy can certainly speak in more more definitive answers in terms of any questions you have on the rates themselves. So this is something I alluded to earlier. We have, you can see 2 times in our recent history in which we had long periods of flat rates and no rate increases that were followed by pretty significant rate adjustments. And most recently, you can see on the first big spike up there was about 132% increase over a 5-year period in the rate structure, and you see there 8 or so years of stable, no increases, and then you can see again the 6 years of stability, and now the recommended rate adjustment. And just again, percentages are always an interesting thing, but ultimately this percentage is actually less cumulatively over the 5-year period than what was done in 2010, 11, 12 time. Again, I've alluded to also Proposition 218 and a very prescriptive component to that. Clearly, there are many things related to Proposition 218, as well as other provisions of state law with regard to fees. Notably, for this adjustment is that the proposed charges match cost, and that analysis has been done, and that and the work that's been done in the study basically follows that charge and requirement from 218. And also the next one, which is in essence says you cannot have minimum charges. Our existing rate structure has minimum charges, which is not permissible under 218, and this has eliminated those problems and issues with 218 questions. As I kind of said earlier as well, there are a series of sort of winners and losers in this mix up front, and we've talked about this. I think it's also important that people look at it in the context of charges and cost per month or increases per month. I know it looks larger when you look at it on your property taxes. I also understand that you have to pay those. And we can appreciate that. On the other side of it, most people sort of budget on a per month basis. And as you see in this regard, the maximum cost we're looking at on some of the accounts is about $24 per month. A large number are around $13 per month, and about 2,000 accounts really will see smaller increases or no increases or decreases. So it's again a mixture of
That sums up my perspective perfectly.
Must have been entertaining for all in the audience there. Yeah, sorry. Oh, let me catch one. So again, this is that issue of why we were looking at stable revenues. Is this basically reshuffling and stabilizing and going to a flat rate structure for residential uses, and we can speak a little more to that. But the bottom line is that there were good reasons, and we've spoken to those, and we can certainly speak to those again as to why we've chosen and recommended to go to the flat rate structure. And ultimately, again, with commercial, we see again winners and losers. With some accounts, we'll look at an increase, and some accounts will look at actually smaller increases out there. So it's again, there will be adjustments, and if this is moved forward, people will be paying more for the sewer charges. But again, it's necessary and critical to protect our environment and to protect our infrastructure that exists out there. So obviously the question always comes up, gee, it looks like we're going to be raising our rates, and where do we fit in the big picture of things? And this is a comparative of where we are in the context of San Mateo County. And you can see the red line is the city of Half Moon Bay, and that represents year 1, 2021 rates. And if you look across the board, we are significantly still lower than many and most of the jurisdictions out there. And we know that there are adjustments coming for many, if not, almost all of these agencies over the next couple of years. And we will, in essence, with our rate adjustments, probably be keeping up with them. And again, not necessarily going ahead of really anyone on the list. And notably, on Thursday, there is a public protest hearing at Montera, which would place their rates, if you note, at about $1,378 for residential sewer service. Woo! So as part of this package, we are looking also at some revisions and modifications to Title 13. I was really pleasantly surprised to go through Title 13 and find that it was, most of the sections were last amended 2 years before my birth. You can do the calculations and figure out how old I am, but that is a challenging in light of many changes have occurred over the last 57 years in terms of how we do a lot of things, how we define a lot of things, and what the courts have decided on many issues and many actions. So this challenge was more significant than I actually had imagined. So what we ultimately did was we removed the sewer charges from 1336, and that is now sewer permits. And so we removed those charges sections, we modernized some of the sections, we revised sections to reflect current practices. We made adjustments for statutory requirements and for best practices. What I'm going to tell you is that I'm still not thrilled with 1336, but it will do for the time being. We are going to come back with a much more of a, I call an omnibus modifications, revisions of the sewer section, including revisions to deal with fats, oils, and grease. And so we'll come back and sort of reshuffle the cards on that a bit. But as it stands tonight, we would recommend that you go ahead and introduce 1336 to fix those issues and to make that better for the time being, and ultimately to adopt a new chapter 1338 with sewer charges. And again, those do many things, including incorporating and modernizing best practices, addressing actually new, statutory requirements like Proposition 218 that wasn't in our ordinances, and then ultimately codifying the flat rate structure for residential. Ultimately, here's the schedule of where we've been, where we're hopeful to go, and tonight again is the protest hearing process, and set for June 2nd tonight. So back to a little bit of where the mayor was heading. I'll help by putting this up and basically laying out that tonight we'll look at opening the public hearing, receiving the public comments, and receiving submittals or withdrawals of the protest letters. As you noted, the city clerk will have a moment to tabulate the written protest letters, to obtain information from staff who is at the Ted Adcock Center to identify any additional protests that may have come in, and then ultimately to give you a report on the ballot tabulations. And ultimately, we're also asking that this public hearing include hearing on the ordinance amendments as well. And following that, and assuming that there will not be a majority protest, then these would be the actions that we would request tonight moving forward. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your patience and time.
All right. Very good. I have one question. I'm sure there's multiple, so it's a good presentation. Excellent stuff. And we've heard it all once before, so that's good. I just want you, and you talked about it a little bit, but there are people still that, and I just want to get it out in the public as easily as possible, that believe that a flat rate does not encourage people to use less flushes or like less opportunities to use their sewers in their houses.
Sure.
And so talk to me again, and you mentioned a little bit about this already, but why do we not have anything in there based on use as opposed to just going with the flat rate again? And I know you've explained this to me already, so you don't have to go crazy, but just for the public.
So again, and Tommy, I'm happy for you to jump in when I mangle this up. So just jump in and go over me.
Oh, just put it on him. Let's just put it on him. Thomas,
well, let me just
Thomas, you're the consultant. What do you got?
Let me just give you the basic, which is that usage is still a component piece to the rate structure. And so contrary to what I think a lot of folks think, usage is still a piece of the puzzle. And what I will say is that what we see in our experiences is that with conservation that's required now in all homes, in commercial uses and institutional uses, we have squeezed almost every bit of conservation out of the interior plumbing structure. So when we look at people abusing and overusing water usage and everything, it is really primarily about what they're doing in the exterior, on their lawns, and other areas of pools, lawns, fountains, whatever it may be, rather than wasting in the interior area. And I know there's been folks are saying, and we've all heard it, well, I have 2 people in my house and therefore, I don't use a lot of water, and there's truth in that. We understand that. But the bottom line is that water usage is an old way of doing it. And frankly, our cost for providing sewer services, for cleaning the pipes, for treating the water, the sewer, the wastewater, and all of those things keep going up. And it doesn't matter whether we're using more or less water. Frankly, I also say this: the fact that we're using less water in our flushes is creating problems and more work rather than less work in the context of cleaning our pipes and making sure that we don't have sewer spills. So that was a way of the past in many respects. in terms of looking at water usage alone as your primary piece to this and saying we're going to deal with that. And I'll say from a very, very, very selfish, but also selfish on the part of the ratepayers, looking at and having to establish a charge for each and every 3,000 plus folks in the residential area is extremely time consuming, costly, and ultimately cost them as well in their rates. We are trying to also look at trying to find a way to lessen those costs, the administrative costs as well. So it's a balancing act with that. Tommy, anything to add? Or
Thomas, how do you do? Give us a rating 1 to 10. How was that answer?
That's a solid 8 from the
It's an 8, a solid 8. Nice.
I'm going to add the other 2. So I'm going to draw the lens out a little. When any rate consultant looks at a sewer rate structure, you start with it's really a policy issue. Part of it's a technical issue, part of it's policy, part of it's legal. So the rate structure has to meet legal requirements. There was a slide in there regarding Prop 218. But there's other considerations. So first, let me give you some empirical information. Based on my professional knowledge, probably 80% of the sewer rate structures with cities and special districts for residential are flat charges. And that's for the same combination of reasons: policy, legal, technical, that a board or a council elects to do a flat charge. Now, as John noted, we're establishing 2 levels of flat charges for residential, for mobile homes, senior homes versus residential, single family and multifamily. So we do consider the flow amounts, and we looked at the winter water use records for those residential classes, and we were able to establish those 2 different levels of charges. But the choice of the flat charge that 80% of sewer utilities use is based on the considerations for revenue stability. You don't want your revenues going up and down every year. Of course, for sewer flows are more stable than outside water use. You all know what happened a few years ago in California, where the governor mandated water use decrease by 30%. That just decimated water systems revenues, those that were heavily dependent on the flow component. So in sewer, that's not as magnified an issue, but it's still an issue. The other one is equitability. And the residential classes, unlike the commercial, we have all types of commercial uses, from offices up to microbreweries and restaurants. Very different characteristics. Residential is fairly homogeneous. And a flat charge, if you looked at a curve of the flow rates from these 3,000 users, you'd see that 80 to 90% comes from a small range of use, and that's the idea behind a flat rate. And on the ends of the curve, you have your homes occupied by 1 or 2 users, and then you have other homes occupied by more users. Now, I mentioned this in coaching John on it. Occupancy is not always correlated with use. In other words, you could have low usage homes that still discharge a lot of indoor use because they're not concerned. They might have old toilets, they might have old water use appliances, and you might have higher occupancy homes that are more efficient. I look at my bill and I know we're more efficient than the average home. So the flat charge is not just equitability isn't the only policy we're seeking to maximize. It's the revenue stability and the ease of implementation. And a lot of customers don't see, but once once you pass these rates, you've got your staff that have to calculate a sewer bill and then get it on the tax roll. And a flat charge greatly expedites and eases that function. So that's the other two points to the answer. It's a lot of details that most people just don't consider when they look at the rate structure. And that's all for now.
All right, very good. I like your shirt. This is good. Good answer. Any other questions from council before we open the public hearing? Excellent. Well, let me get back in here then. I would like to officially open the public hearing and receive comments.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any emailed comments. If there's anyone on the Zoom call who would like to comment, please use the raise your hand feature. I don't believe we have any public comments on this item.
All right. I would like to then close the public hearing. Come on, public, what's up? Where are my comments? Can we close the public hearing?
Oh, I do have one now. Hold on.
Here we go.
Eugene, go ahead.
Okay, I think it works.
Yeah, I hear you.
I've had a long, very pleasant conversation with Mr. Nesbitt the last few days regarding these rates. And I was a little, the consultant there, Mr. I can't read his name, Pavlitek, just said something that equitability in the rates and equitability is less important. I'm paraphrasing because I couldn't get the exact quote, but equitability is less important than the ease of collection of the money. This is kind of a slap in the face in a way to ratepayers, and I don't think it really is a fair way to look at this. I also think that the fact that the high-end users who use their water to water a lot of water to water lawns and filled swimming pools and God knows what all are going to get subsidized by the low-end users. I'm one of these. We're one of these houses with 2 people, and there are other houses on our street with 2 people or 1 person, and we're looking at giant rate increases. Whereas people, and I'll use people who have extensive lawns or what have you that are going to end up being subsidized. And I don't. There are obviously there are houses in town where there multiple people live in them, and you can't tell me that their water use is or sewer usage is less than or equal to people with 2 or 3 people in the house or 1. And why should they be subsidized in this case? I recognize your need for money. I'm not protesting the need for a rate increase. That's I agree that the system probably needs more cash revenue and cash flow through to operate into the future. That's not my argument. My argument is the fairness in this, in terms of who's getting the breaks and who's getting the higher charges. And I think this needs to be examined in that way. I go back to this business earlier that we're going into unsettled economic times, and those unsettled economic times affect not only the ratepayers, they do affect the sewer operation and all government operations. That's a given. But ratepayers and taxpayers aren't a never-ending supply of money, and we as I'll use the word we, including you guys. I assume you all have a job of some sort, but you may not. And the idea is that we're all going to be suffering financially for some period of time here. And that has to be taken into consideration. If you've gone 6 years without a rate increase, waiting a short while longer, and December I don't think is a suitable period of time. Waiting another year before you put this in isn't going to make or break the system. It's not going to happen that way. But to go back to my original thing and my point, and was the basis of the discussion with Mr. Nesbitt, was the overall fairness of these rates. These aren't they aren't flat rates. It was presented as a flat rate, but it's not a flat rate. Why do senior citizens in a mobile home or in an apartment get a break, but senior citizens living in a single family residence don't? And I think around town here, you probably would agree with me. There are a lot of retirees living in single family residences here who are going to get hit with probably pretty substantial rate increases. So anyway, this is my concern with this whole proposal here. Unfortunately, I only learned about it with the mailing a month or so ago, and had I known about it sooner, and probably my own problem for not paying attention to your website, but I think we maybe could have had a more substantial discussion here. But I'm very, I don't know, the word's not upset. I just think that that there's a penalty being applied to people who probably don't deserve to have the penalty applied in terms of the rates, to subsidize those who probably should be paying the bulk of some of this stuff. I realize you can't bill people for putting water on their lawns. Okay, I think that doesn't go into the sewer, obviously, but the big issue is I think 1 or 2 person houses versus 6, 8, or 10 or more, and I can show you where they exist in this town. And the subsidization of what I would consider to be high-end users by those who are lesser, sewer consumers. I don't know how else to say that. And like I said, I want to thank Ms. for a very informative and good conversation we had a few nights ago. And I'll sign off with that.
Eugene, thank you for your time. Yeah, I know I referred you to Bob to talk and have a conversation, and Bob informed me after you two talked that you just had a great back and forth with each other, and I just appreciate people in the community participating in such a kind and respectful way. So we appreciate hearing your perspective. And now I'm going to ask our consultant and John to see if we can respond in any way to what this Eugene had to say.
Well, let me just say Eugene is a pleasure to work with and to converse with a gentleman, and we have a nice civil discourse, and that's extremely nice these days.
Yeah.
When we know that's in short supply in some regards. That being said, I think he corrected himself a little bit on that, which I appreciated, because the answer was that folks who are using more water and other purposes, not in their home, certainly shouldn't be charged more for their sewer services, and that's where we certainly are going. Tommy can talk about the equitable issues with that deal if he wishes to. I put it kind of in this way. We have a certain amount of money we have to generate, and in terms of what we need over the next 5 years, and in the end, that the rate structure is going to end up increasing the cost for everyone. You know, we can sort of nitpick in some regards, you know, one over the other and deal with it. But we made a decision in December to move forward in this structure, and we're kind of way down the line to really change courses. I feel comfortable that we have met the test for 218, and frankly, to be clear, we adjusted the mobile homes and the senior apartments because we looked at the water data, the water usage data, and it clearly showed in those two environments substantial less usage. And that's why they were reflected in that way, and the rate structure was built that way. All the other residential uses on the whole had very similar water usage data. Yes, some a little bit more, some a little less, but in the end, they were very, very similar in their usage. And you know, we cannot base any kind of rate structure and accountability on that based on really, we believe, around, you know, the number of persons in the house and whether they take long showers or short showers, or use the number 1 or number 2 flusher on their Toto or whatever it is. I mean, everybody chooses in some regards to deal with it, but in the end, the water usage data itself proved out that there is a pretty equitable and a pretty basic water usage for all single family homes and for apartments as well, and condominiums, surprisingly. I'll say that for myself, was surprising that the water usage as a whole on those for wet weather usage were very similar. So Tommy, anything you want to add?
Well, just add the big picture statement that about 80% of the districts and cities that operate sewer utilities choose a flat charge for residential. It's their way to maximize the competing objectives of the rate structure. That's it.
Okay. Well, good. I, at this point, would like to see, is there any other public comment?
There is not.
Cool. May we close the public hearing?
Yes.
Cool. I'm closing the public hearing. And at this point, I believe we need to take a 10-minute break to allow the clerk to check the drop box and to count the protests, correct?
Yeah, we actually only need about 5 minutes.
Okay. How about, it's 8:53. Can we just wait and come back at 9? Everybody take a 7-minute break?
Sure.
All right, let's come back at 9. I will talk to you all in 7 minutes. We are going to have Jessica, our communications director, sorry, or maybe not, but somebody announce the results.
Yes, I will.
Okay.
There would need to be 50% plus 1 written protests or 1,645 protests to stop the Prop 218 process. We received 7 protests and I have verified them all to be valid protests. Therefore, the council may proceed with a motion to adopt the revised sewer service charges.
All right, well then, can I look for a motion to adopt a resolution approving the sewer service charges and adjustments? And thank you, Jessica, for reporting that out.
I can do it. Could you put up your last screen, John?
Absolutely. Let me get to the share screen again. I'm sorry. Let's see here. There we go.
I move that we accept the report titled Final Draft 2020 Sewer Service Charges Study, dated April 7, 2020, contained in Exhibit A to the resolution, and adopting sewer service charges contained in Exhibit B to the resolution.
Second.
Excellent. May I have a roll call vote on the resolution, please?
Yes, and to clarify that the motion is adopting a resolution which accepts the report and adopts the charges. So Councilmember Rohrbeck?
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose?
Yes.
Councilmember Reddick?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Brownstone?
Yes.
Mayor Eisen?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, at this point, I believe I still need to ask staff if they have additional report on the ordinance. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'll chime in just to say, correct. I think John probably already covered it, but you can just confirm that. And then I would suggest that we
Separate public hearing.
have a separate public hearing for the ordinance.
Okay. So I can just open the public hearing at this point, you feel like?
We've got another.
I'm looking at John. He looks like he doesn't have anything else to say on the ordinance. So I would suggest going ahead and reopening it.
Okay.
I'm happy to answer any questions, but I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
I do too. So I just want to make sure. Okay. So may I open the public hearing and receive comment?
Thank you, Mayor. If there are any attendees who would like to comment on the ordinance amending Chapter 1336 and adding a new Chapter 1338 to our municipal code, please use the raise your hand feature.
I'll just give 10 seconds to see if anybody has.
There doesn't appear to be any public comments, Mayor.
All right, then I'm going to close this public hearing, and then I will ask for a motion to introduce the first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 13.36 and adding Chapter 13.38 to the Half Moon Bay Municipal Code.
I move that we introduce an ordinance amending Chapter 13.36 and adding a new Chapter 13.38 to the Half Moon Bay Municipal Code to codify rate structure and include other related changes.
Excellent. And thank you for seconding that. And may we have a roll call vote on this ordinance?
Yes, Councilmember Reddick?
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbeck?
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Brownstone?
Yes.
Mayor Eisen?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, well, that was one confusing item. So this is good that we are moving onward at this point. So here we go. Thank you all for your time. Thank you for making the motions, Deborah. We are moving on to resolutions and staff reports. We start off with item 3A, which is fiscal year 22. I assume that we don't need a break before we do this, do we? Just real quick. Does anybody need a break? Should have just taken one, hopefully. Good, yeah. Fiscal year 2020-2021 recommended budget and policy for the use of the general fund and economic uncertainty reserves.
You're muted, Lisa.
Sorry about that. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and we are pleased to be here tonight to present to you our operating budget for fiscal year 2020 and 2021. Our goal is to not have a confusing presentation, and we've worked really hard to hopefully make this as clean and understandable as possible. It's been a very interesting first half of the year. And going into this next year, you'll find that we have been a bit more conservative than probably people would have liked, but we are definitely in the process of helping the city maintain our operations and maintain the way we are running things right now. And we feel the way we've done it will help us survive the upcoming months in the new fiscal year. So as you will see for the agenda tonight, Ryan, if you can forward the PowerPoint. Thank you. Tonight, we're going to talk a little bit about the budget process and the assumptions that we're bringing to you. We're going to talk about our projections for revenues, show you what significant changes and expenditures are going to be happening, talk about some of the other funds that the city relies on for our operations. And then, of course, we're going to also talk about looking ahead and what your finance team is proposing for the agenda next year. I'm now going to turn it over to Kenneth Stiles, our senior accountant, and he will lead you through the process.
Thank you, Lisa. Hello, Mr. Mayor and Honorable Council. So it feels like it's been a long process, but here's a recap of where we've been and the public meetings that have taken place. We had our community listening sessions. That also included some Spanish speaking ones in late February. We had our priority setting workshop in March 10th, excuse me. That also went well. But shortly after that, the shelter in place took effect shortly, maybe about March 16th, and we've been working remotely ever since. As everyone knows, during this period, a lot of things are up in the air regarding COVID, but we're still powering through. We had the Finance Subcommittee meeting in April. We had 3 council study sessions regarding the operating budget and the CIP budget. And then today's meeting is a chance to present to council and the public the budget and to hear feedback. It's important to us because we come back in June 16th where we actually formally adopted for a July 1st adoption. Next slide, please. Here's some of the internal process that has gone behind the scenes. The first step for us is definitely forecasting revenues. No doubt about it that it's been a moving target with COVID. This is a once in a generation event, and we've been modifying and researching and relying on our consultants, relying on national data, relying on local data, relying on our colleagues, seeing what other cities are doing, and kind of coming to a final number. From there, we instructed our departments to cut 20% or more. We review those results with the city manager, and we are presenting that budget to City Council tonight. Next slide. So as I said, these are the revenues, the numbers. A lot went into them, but the high level view is that TOT, we're estimating a 66% decrease. As Lisa mentioned, we think this is pretty conservative, considering that the average for San Mateo County is about 40%. So we're above average. We think this is very conservative, but we do have some high variables. Our revenue sources aren't as diverse as bigger cities are. So that comes into why we are more conservative than the rest. TOTs kind of in line with everyone else, 23% decrease, and property tax is flat. Personnel, we have 36 full-time employees, and this is a decrease of 6 positions. But for all other expenditures, there's no assumptions. They're just based on our best estimates of what we would need for the coming year. So this is our table. As you can see, TOT, we're estimating about $4.5 million short. Property tax is a little flat, estimating a little bump for ERAF funds. Sales tax, about $600,000 decrease in other revenues. So very important. We had a bit of a boon with the sheriff balancing account. We have 1.1 million in other revenues from the sheriff. What this is that over the process of some odd years, the sheriff bills the city for what they think their costs are going to be. We pay it, and then the sheriff finds out what the actual costs were, and they give us a credit. this credit has been accumulating for some time up to the tune of 1.1 million. So we're recognizing that as revenue, and that is coming in through as other revenues. So you can see that increase by 11%. But again, that is a big, that's a big amount of money that is going to be helpful for the coming year.
Hey, I got a question about that real quick. Is there a way in the future to, like, obviously I understand what we're doing with that aspect of it, but future moving, can we have it as an item in like a line item at some point moving forward year to year, so we can see what's in it and as it accumulates? Is that a possibility or not?
That's a possibility, yeah. It just wasn't, to be honest, when I found it, I thought for sure we were accounting for it. The city had already accounted for it, but yeah, that would be my personal preference, would to be true it up every year, take a look at it.
Yeah, exactly, and just have it off to the side and know what it's at. But I mean, I'm very happy it was there. Don't get me wrong, like very good. So no, all in, but just for future. Yeah, thank you.
And Mr. Mayor and members of council, I don't have specific written evidence of the use of it in the past, but it was set up when the contract was established 10 years ago, and right, wrong, or indifferent, the decision at that time was made that the county would hold it. I think what you're requesting is that not only would we true it up each year with the county, but that the city would hold it instead of the county. So that would, as Ken mentioned, that could be something that could be looked at. Anecdotally, from conversations I've had with Saul and others, it seemed like, again, probably maybe not in writing, I can't find any policy from the council, but I think there was indirect direction has been given from time to time that if it accumulates, and again, those assumptions were that we would not go into a pandemic and a massive economic downturn, but that it would be used for additional police services. I think in normal times, it would be a pretty standard recommendation that we would make to the council, that should that fund build up in any way, our first recommendation would be to have it used for extra police services, overtime, one-time costs. If they needed to buy some equipment, if we needed to improve their facilities, you have to remember the substation is something that's on our. So I think that was the thinking. I never could find that in writing since I've been here. But this is, as Ken said, a one in a generation time, and we could not afford to leave that money unaccounted for, given the challenges we have. So it was brought over, as he said, and it's an integral piece of the city balancing its budget both for this year and next year. But we'll keep the accounting. We'll bring that forward to the council each year. And should we get back to a more normal, maybe we will bring back a policy. We won't overdo it, but I would certainly stand by during normal times that balancing account be earmarked essentially to public safety services.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that. Maybe we should create a policy for the reserve at some point, however you guys want to do it, that makes sense. But it would definitely be good to have either way, whether or not we collect it ourselves or we just line item it and collect it, have a sense of a couple of years, but a policy for how to use it, all of the above.
Thanks for the background, Bob. Appreciate it.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Kenneth, please proceed. Yeah.
Okay. So the only thing here is that, so traditionally our top three revenues are 75%. This year we're looking at 62% for the top three. Next slide, please.
And Kenneth, real quick, I'm sorry. So if we don't, how do we're going to be analyzing this once a quarter. And if we're kind of like way behind, I wouldn't imagine we would make a big adjustment yet if we're down a quarter, because the next quarter could pick up dramatically and could balance us out for that previous quarter. How are we going about not freaking out as we kind of like go through, like, what's the mindset? Just so I have a sense as we go through, because like the first quarter might not be so great, but then it might pick up so much. And I know that we're forecasting it that way, but how do we keep a semblance of non-freak outness as we go through it?
I recommend that we not freak out
Yeah.
moving forward.
I will look to what Bob's thoughts are, but my initial thought is that mid-year is the great time to do it. As you said, Mayor, the forecast built in the first quarter not being all that spectacular. So mid-year is really, I think, would be the best place to really do a deep dive evaluation. But as you're correct, you will be getting quarterly updates as well.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, and then this is just another slide showing the breakdown of how our revenues have been traditionally. TOT has been 40%, that bottom blue bar for the past 2 years. Going into next year, it's going to be 18% of our revenues. And that other revenue, that sheriff balancing account, is going to be about 40% of our revenues next year. Next slide, please. So at a very high level, as you can imagine, there's been significant budget changes, operational expenditures. A big chunk of that is the decreased use of consultants. Consultants are used for specialized services, for engineering, planning, finance, and ERP. We've decreased our reliance on them. Personnel expenditures at 10% furlough, COLA deferment, the removal of 6 positions. Debt service has gone up a little bit. We don't know the final number for the financing relating to buying Stone Pine, but there is money set aside for that purchase using basic market rates. Next slide, please. The next one is the big one, the use of the pension reserve. So council might remember we talked about this back in April, using the reserve money to pay the pension. Historically, we used the general fund money to do that and just let the reserve sit and collect interest. In this budget, we have using the reserve, paying the pension, and that would save the general fund $960,000. Kind of the same mechanism with risk management. We think that's a fund that's healthy. It has, even without getting paid from the general fund, the ending balance would end around 1.2 million. We think that it can manage a year of paying it for itself instead of having the general fund send money to it. And the last point is the most important point. This budget is supplemented by using our reserves by the tune of about 1.2 million.
And real quick, I got a text message, ask a question. The police reserve, back to that police reserve, I'm so sorry, but we still have money left over in that police reserve, or are we using all of it?
We're using, so the number is 1.14. The last number that they've given us, the sheriff is still accounting for because the year hasn't ended.
Yeah.
The last number we received was 1.14. The revenue that we placed into the budget is 1.1, leaving about 40,000.
Okay, so you were using it. Okay.
Yeah. So capital projects, we are shifting our focus from to more sewer enterprise funded projects and grant funded projects. So this current year, general fund sent about 3 million. In the upcoming year, we're sending about only 1,950,000. The rest of the capital improvement plan will be supplemented by other funds. And with all this changes, it's definitely stressed that the service levels are impacted. Maintenance services, changing our full-time billing expected to a half-time, and the NET and FLCA program being canceled. This item is later on tonight, the community service nonprofit grant program. So the funding, the proposal later on tonight is to increase the funding to 150 to 200,000. We went ahead and already plugged that number into the budget, but it is pending council approval, but it has already been accounted for, and it's easier to take it out than put it in. Sustainability events are still budgeted. The town center update is still budgeted, and as I mentioned before, capital projects will continue into next year. The total CIP budget is about 10 million, and about $1 million is general fund funded. So about it's still quite a bit of things are still happening. And this is just a chart of all our operating expenditures. The really high level thing to realize is that we've taken a shared pain process as far as looking at every rock. The only thing that's increased is debt service for Stone Pine and the sheriff. We met with them. They trimmed a lot in their budget. Essentially, that little increase is COLA, and they have unions, so they have to do COLAs. But that's essentially the only increase that we saw in the sheriff contract. And overall, our operating expenditures are decreasing by about 24%. And by type, salaries and benefits, that lighter blue column, down by about $1 million. Materials and supplies down by $500,000. Contract services down by about $1 million. Transfers and allocations out, those are the pension transfers, those are the capital transfers, a big hit. And then debt service increased by roughly about $200,000. Here's the general fund summary. You can see that our revenues are 12.8, expenditures are capital expenditures, and we have a deficit of 1.2. And the only way to plug it is to use general fund reserves. Back one, please. So reserves. So the reserves, because reserves are they are a percentage of a number. So while the amount of money in reserves are decreasing, the percentage is increasing. So the general fund reserves are funded at 47% of operating expenditures. And we don't have anything unassigned. So in the beginning and last fiscal year, we thought we were going to have a little bit more money at the end of the year, but we're assuming that that's no longer there in our reserves. Although they were increased as a percentage, they will decrease as absolute value. Next slide, please. With our other funds, special revenue capital funds, this is where most of our CRP projects are in. The funding at the end of the year, end of next fiscal year, will be about $13 million. And those are unrestricted money, so we have to use those monies on special things. We can't really bring those back into the general fund. Job obligation debt service, 0, we paid it off. We have a little bit of interest coming, about $30,000. Internal service funds, even without paying into them, at the end of the year, they'll be about 2.7. And then the enterprise funds, the sewer funds, would be about 3.4 million. So looking ahead, what does all this mean? So a 5-year forecast is a requirement for our budget book, and it's a best practice for budgeting. But again, no question that the future is uncertain and highly variable. As we think about the future, we kind of look towards the past and kind of see what happened before us. And historically, economic downturns last between 2 to 4 years. So the model and the chart that I'll show is using that in mind. What's happened in the past, talking with our consultants, and the costs that we already know. We already know what our capital costs are going to be. We already know what our pension costs are going to be. Next slide, please. So this is the chart that is in the budget book and the 5-year forecast. The blue line are our revenues, and the orange line is our expenditures. Now, the assumptions that are in this model is that the impact of COVID will resolve by the end of next fiscal year, but the impact of the economic downturn will continue. So the idea is that next in 21-22, TOT would be down about 5% of last year, from comparing last year, a good year. And that's in comparison to what happened in the last fiscal year. Sales tax, using our projections, it increased, but our consultant thinks it would increase. Property tax would be down a little bit and then slowly build back up. Those are the kind of high level assumptions that go into the blue line. In the orange line, we have our capital expenditures that we know, and we know what our pension costs are going to be. So that big blimp up is about 2 million of capital. The year after that, it's about $1 million of capital, and then it kind of dips down. So we front loaded some of our capital projects, and it does create a deficit. But as you can see, starting in 23, 24, the blue line is above the orange line, meaning that there is a surplus in future years. And for this year and the next following 2 years, in this model, using these assumptions, again, best estimates that we have at this time, and nothing is set in stone, we either have to increase our revenues, cut back on spending, or use our reserves. Again, this is a decision that can happen many months away from now, but for the model, I use using our reserves. If there's any questions, I would let me know. I'll go on to the next slide.
Yeah, before you go, if you don't mind, real quick, just so I can understand.
Yep.
So 2021, I understand. 21, 22, you're saying you plugged in reserves to make up the shortfall.
Mm-hmm.
At 2022, 23, we plugged in reserves, let's just call, to make up the shortfall, what, halfway through the year, is it, more or less?
No, it's all at the end of the year.
All at the end of the year, so we plugged in reserves. And then 23, 24, we would then have the surplus. We don't need any more reserves. So can I just understand, and I'm sorry, because this probably was included somewhere, but like for the recommended 2021, our current, we end up with what in reserves, and then what do we plug into 2021, 22, and 2022, 23? And like, what does that leave us at just reserves wise, if we were to go that route after each year? Do you understand the question?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
So I think the next slide shows that perfectly.
Perfect.
Yep. So this is what happens to our reserves. So for this recommended budget, it's going to be around 6 million. There was a previous slide showing the hit to reserves is about 1.2.
Yeah. The
following year, it is about 1.5 million. The year after that is about 500,000. And then the surpluses, assuming that council wants to put it back in, it would go back into reserve and climb back up.
Yeah. So you've got us at the lowest point at over $4 million still in reserves.
Yeah.
In this scenario currently.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
But again, it's an exercise. So
Yep.
The key here is just trying to make sure that we have enough cash for whatever lies ahead.
Yeah. There was that thing somebody brought up about us having not the ability. Is there ever any problems with us being able to pay our bills from a cash perspective, with us being so
cash flow issue?
Cash flow issue, yeah. Do you remember our constituent commenting on that? And can you talk to that real quick? If that's an issue at all, or any possibility of that happening?
No, I don't think it's an issue at all. Since that we are going into the idea that we're going to be using our reserves anyway, and we have such a healthy amount of reserves, if our reserves were $1 million or $500,000, that would be very, very problematic to balance out the year. But because we're using 1 million out of 7 million of a reserve, we don't have a cash flow issue if council is okay with the idea of using our reserves.
Okay.
And I will also add, Mr. Mayor and members of council, our cash flow is pretty even throughout the year. The manner in which we receive sales tax, TOT, the majority of our revenue sources is fairly even, and so are our expenditures. So that also allows us to not generally have a cash flow problem throughout the year. In other organizations, I would say a county organization, for example, that is highly dependent on property tax, their revenue sources in that example only come in 2 payments. And so but they have expenditures throughout the year. So they then can run into cash flow problems. And what you see organizations like that do, they actually do, they do short-term borrowings where they actually borrow for the sole purpose of evening out cash flow, because it's dependent on these big chunks of money, revenue, only twice a year. And we just generally don't have that problem because we're not as reliant on property tax.
Very good. Very good. All right, well, this is excellent.
All right, so with reserves, I'm turning it over to Brian Lopez, and we talk about the outcome from the Finance Subcommittee.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, and thank you, Ken. Take a little break, get a little breath there for a second. Yeah, so I'm gonna just kind of highlight over the general fund reserves, and I won't go too far into the details. I mean, a lot of this information we have covered in the previous meeting, but more specifically, yes, we're gonna highlight the changes coming from the Finance Committee. But just to highlight a couple things, obviously the general fund reserve, we're looking at a 30% funding level, and that's 30% of our operating expenditures. And typically would be used for really any sort of funding need, in regards to a shortfall in our revenues in relation to our expenditures, where it couldn't be funded from another source. For the Economic Uncertainty Reserve that was created last year, that one's funded or should be funded at a 20% threshold, again, on our operating expenditures, and was specifically designed to really offset for reductions to TOT, to sales taxes, and other things related specifically to those types of taxes. As far as the changes, so I'm just going to call out specifically what was specifically changed. And so for the Economic Uncertainty Reserve, what was changed was a removal of services and where it will delay or prevent the need to lay off city employees, and was just left as where its use will prevent a reduction of required, it's actually supposed to be required services.
I was just going to say, Brian, that services should not have been X'd out. I apologize.
Yeah, as I read it.
Required services.
Yeah. As I read it, I realized that. Yeah, so just a reduction of required services. And so it's just more all-encompassing and generalized in that regard. Let's see, authority to use the reserves. So there is a lot of language in regards to the city manager being able to go ahead and use it based on certain terms, this, that, and the other. Instead, we remove all that and we basically just leave it as they can be used in accordance with the policy or by the direction of city council. And so there's other language within the greater part of the policy that really kind of provides that framework. So the remainder of it really was just unnecessary.
And I'll just jump in there. I think it's a key word. It's actually in accordance with the policy and at the direction. That is actually a big difference between the use of or. So it has to meet both those tests in accordance with the policy and only at the direction of the city council.
Yeah, no, all good.
And then we also have replenishment of reserves. And so the change specifically during city budget hearings. So typically speaking, we would come up with a plan to go ahead and replenish the reserves based on our policy. We've looked at a 5-year outlook. We felt like that would give enough time to spread out that replenishment. But more specifically, we would be looking for direction on how to replenish it, how much to assign to that, and all of that during those city budget hearings. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over.
Okay, before we do,
yes.
Real quick, like in terms of replenishing the reserves and just real quick on the different topics, it kind of goes to what Kenneth was saying, and see if I can formulate it. But in the current budget, we are using a reserve for the pension liability to pay for the pension costs for this upcoming year. In the future years, like the year after that, we don't have the capacity of replenishing that particular reserve this year. So like in 2020, like not, I guess it's 2022, but the second year, like this coming year, I get the year after that, we would then have to take that money from, did you take it just from reserves, from general reserves, from the operating reserves in order to, how did you fund that piece? Because we don't have enough money in the pension reserves to fund that again. How did you end up going about that?
You're on mute, Ken.
And I can repeat the question. I know it's a little all over the place.
Yeah.
I think, so the pension, so in the model, I don't fund the pension reserve. So the reserves, when we talk about reserves to plug in that $1.2 million figure to plug this year's gap of reserves is general fund reserves. But yes, the pension reserve is a additional reserve. I'm unaware of a policy regarding that reserve. But in the 5-year forecast, I did not put that money back into the reserve, but I did put in us paying pensions into the model. So
from our reserves, or just we had money to be able to do it somewhere?
Just had money to do it from somewhere.
Perfect. Just want to make sure. Okay, I got it. Good.
Yeah, his model assumes, his model going off for 5 years assumes that we pay all our required pension obligations. So it includes our normal pension costs, but also that UAL, which next year is almost $1 million. And as we've shown, that's actually going to be growing a little bit. And in the lines he showed you, he assumes that we pay as we go out of our general fund.
Perfect. I understand. Got it.
Yeah, and just to add one point on that too. I think kind of the overall goal is that we would go ahead and, as we have additional money, we would go ahead and replenish our reserves first, our general fund and economic uncertainty. And then any additional funds, of course, at council direction, we would go ahead and assign some extra funds to replenish our pension reserves as well.
And that's where I'm going with that topic, Brian. Exactly. Yeah.
Any other questions on this?
That's great.
Okay.
All right, and then the last item is the library loan payment. So council had asked staff to look into whether the county would be willing to defer the library payment. That payment is about $600,000 a year. The county is willing, the city willing to allow the city to defer the payment. The only caveat is that we will owe double in the following year, and that amount will be $1.14 million. And the budget has already factored in us making that payment. So at this point, it's optional, but it is at council direction. If council does wish to take the deal, the recommendation is to commit the funds to fully fund the reserves, and then any excess to be, it would be unassigned.
Yeah, and this was something I had kind of thought of at one point. So the rationale, just in case people are wondering why we'd even do it, because we're still going to have to pay it anyways. But I'd rather have the money for us in case there's an emergency and we need to do something with it. We already have it. Whereas, yes, we'd still have to pay it next year. I get that, but at least now we can do what we need to in case we're in a financial emergency. And if we're not, we just hold that money for the year and give it to them again next year. So no skin off our back to be able to at least have it as a possibility of use.
Right, and we thought also in our thinking that this coming year, we hope, has the most uncertainty based on all the factors that we read about every day. Where the virus is going, what's happening, will there be a vaccine? So yeah, we felt given all the uncertainties, if the county was willing to go along with that, again, why not have that as a bit of extra insurance? And then, yeah, hopefully the next 12 to 18 months, we'll have some more predictability than we do now. So, but it was a good move, good suggestion, Mayor Eisen, and glad that the county was willing to partner with us on that.
Yeah, me too. And then, yeah, go ahead.
So here are the recommendations. Give direction to staff regarding the deferral of the library loan payment, whether or not you want to pursue this. Receive your presentation on the 2021 recommended budget, and after accepting public comments and providing additional direction to staff, direct staff to return with the final proposed budget for adoption on June 16th, 2020. And the last one, adopt a resolution approving a policy for use of the general fund and economic uncertainty reserves.
Okay. And then I'll open it up for council for, yeah, for questions. Perfect.
Mr. Mayor, I've asked a lot of questions of staff recently about the budget. I feel like they've done a good job of answering my questions, both in response to me outside of this meeting and during this meeting. So at this point, I don't have any additional questions.
Yes, and thank you for including me in those. That was helpful for my own education as well. So thank you. And is there, just so I understand this one, is there public comment on this possibly as well before, should I open it to public comment before any clarifying questions before that?
Thanks, Mayor. I don't have any emailed comments. I do have one hand raised so far. So if any of our other attendees would like to comment on this item, please use the raise your hand feature. Roy, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Mayor Eisen and the council, the question I have is, if the payment goes to next year, is there any interest accrued with that? Or do we have, we still maintain a zero interest loan arrangement with the county? Thank you.
Okay.
Still zero as far as I know.
Well, let's let staff answer that, but yeah.
It's zero. It's just a straight up 1 year deferral. And as Ken said, we would just pay double next year, still a 0% interest rate.
Thanks, Roy. Paulette, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, hi. Okay, so in my looking at this, and correct me if I'm wrong, but what I am seeing is that essentially we're taking $1 million out of the police reserves. We're taking about $1 million out of the pension reserves. And we're taking about $1.5 million either, I don't know what it's called, the economic uncertainty or some, or the general fund reserves or whatever it's called. But to me, that adds up to more like $3.5 million or so out of reserves. To me, that seems to be scare, that's to me, it seems quite high amount of money. To be made up, I don't know how in the following years. The question I have is, with your 5-year budget plan, what kind of reserves do we end up with after the 5 years? Do we end up with anything, or is the city planning to go through all the reserves that we have in order to meet the budget the way they would like it to go forward?
Ken, if you want to go back to that slide where you had it, don't remember which one that was, but it has the different numbers of the reserve left over.
Yeah, hang on 1 second.
Okay,
I'll jump us back there.
I'd like to clarify one point about the monies that are coming back to us from the sheriff. It is actually not a city reserve. We don't have that. It is actually money that the sheriff's department's held in trust for us over the years as they've leveled out the payments. So it does rightfully, and they've actually been very clear that it belongs to us, but it's not something we keep on our books as a reserve. So every year when we make our payment, it'll start building up again.
So, and Ken, if do you want to talk to her question? Looks like in 2025-26, we've got what, 5.5-ish million in reserves, or however you want to talk to that.
Yeah, pretty much. At the end of 5 years, it'd be about 5.5 million. So about 500,000 off from the next year.
And Mr. Mayor, I'd like to just underscore a point here. I think it was already stated. I think both Ken stated it and you stated it in a different way, and I'll maybe state it in slightly a different way. But this model it makes assumptions and then presents the graph based on those assumptions at this moment in time, and it looks out 5 years. What is not assumed here is any decisions that the council would make to affect these graphs, positive or negative.
Right.
Ken made, for example, the biggest assumption Ken made is that in 2021, 22, and 22, 23, we'd actually recommend a significant contribution to capital. Well, the council may find come next year, when we're at exactly a year from now, that times are still tough and we have to defer committing $1 or $2 million, $3 million to capital, whatever he assumed. Same thing in 22, 23. Likewise, we're under direction to look at generating revenue through potentially increasing our TOT. That's not assumed here. So this is just all things equal, kind of normal expenditures, normal capital, but doesn't include any decisions that the council would make and direct staff to do that would both decrease expenditures if we needed to, decreased capital expenditures if we needed to. We're assuming quite a healthy contribution to capital, and also any revenue generation. So I just want to make that point clear, because a lot of times we show graphs like this, and the reaction I've seen over my career is, the public's like, oh my God, how are we going to have a deficit? Well, again, this is all just this is pre-action the council will take, like we did this year, to plug those deficits. So this, in a sense, kind of shows the worst case scenario, in my opinion.
Yeah. So anybody else for public comment? Thank you so much, Bob. Anybody else for public comment?
I don't have any other raised hands, Mayor.
Okay, cool. And then I'll open it to council, and then just before anybody makes a motion, in case we move quickly, I have some comments or questions that I want to make after everybody else is finished, if anybody else has questions beforehand.
All my questions have been answered.
Yeah,
Thanks.
got that, yeah.
Now, I have no questions, but I do have a comment, and that is that I am surprised at how easy it is to understand the budget. This is the first year that I've left a meeting feeling that I didn't have to do more work to understand what you were talking about. So Ken and Lisa and Brian, you've done a fabulous job. It's amazing, given the uncertainty, how solid things feel. They, I know they aren't solid. Everything is moving. This year is going to be a moving target. There's going to be a lot of changes. We're talking about 60% here and 40% there, and those numbers are going to shift. But it feels totally reasonable and very, very carefully done and very carefully considered and extremely thorough. So thank you.
Thank you.
I want to chime in that thank you to Ken. Deborah didn't mention him, and he's certainly did a lot of work on this. My comment about the reserve policy is it's a clear improvement about what had been presented. I think it's really well done. And my question is, has any consideration been given to what can happen if we rehire some of our staff members? I didn't see any discussion of that, and I'm just curious.
Yeah. Does somebody want to try to answer that question? That's a good question.
Well, actually, for the budget moving forward, of course, we figured in the workforce reduction that happened this year. Our thinking is, and what we've been planning on doing is with these quarterly updates that we'll bring council. Of course, if our revenues start to spike up, if we see that there's some improvement and we feel confident that we're on solid ground, we will definitely bring, with, of course, Bob's blessing, recommendations back to the council that may include reintroducing people back into our workforce, and may also include some of the other items that we have asked staff for in terms of concessions. But in terms of balancing the budget, we actually did not put that on paper But the plan is, of course, as the year progresses, those are going to be things that we seriously look at.
Thank you.
Oop. Anyone else? Were you done, Harvey? Or no?
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a couple of comments. I found that in the public, there's a lot of, mixed feelings and recommendations for what we should do starting out this budgeting process. There are a lot of people screaming, cut, 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 off with their heads. And, when you go through a process like this, you make some good decisions, you make some decisions maybe not so great in retrospect, looking back. And all in all, based on all the negative news that pretty much fills every newspaper and everything you see in the news, and people are stressed out, I think this is an amazing success story that somehow we have managed to get $6 million in reserve and protect the safety and health of this community by having that insurance over the next few years. And assuming, some of the worst possible cases of how much revenue we'll be bringing in. And I think it's a very positive story that should be repeated more in our news and press, that we've been able to do this. It's not perfect. Some sacrifices were made, but when we started this, I don't think any of us on council realized, based on the work of staff that found many different sources of money that we didn't even really know existed, for sure, and we're able to look at a number of different creative ways to ensure that we had kept our reserves in place, both as a number and as a percentage. So I think that's a great story. And I'm pretty confident that moving forward, we can keep our services in place. And to Councilmember Rarbach's question, yeah, we can relook at some of the decisions we made as we move forward, and see if we can make some, have some additional ideas about how we can improve our staff capacity. So yeah, this is great. I think it's a great story. And thank you to staff for all the incredible hard work in putting this all together and educating us. You gave us a lot of time to ask a lot of questions. We've had hours of meetings with staff members helping us understand this budget, so that when we come here in public, we have a much better mastery of the numbers to explain them to our constituents and to each other. So thank you all.
Good. Yeah, I agree with you, Robert. And this goes to show how important the reserves actually are. It's good that we obviously must always have reserves. So I'm happy that we've done such a great job preparing for this moment. And now we're able to use it accordingly. I have some questions directly related to some line items that I'm just need to educate myself, and I will do a separate one-on-one with our staff to talk about some of these. But there was a couple that I was curious about, and I wanted to get council's input on in particular. So do you have the attachment, everyone, that came? It's like 215 pages. And I have the page numbers, and I have the items that I'm curious about. And my first one is on page 24 of the attachment.
The actual draft budget.
The draft budget. Yeah,
Okay.
The draft budget. Is that the easiest way to do it?
And you're using the page numbers, the budget page numbers?
I'm using the budget page numbers, correct.
Got it. Okay.
And I'll keep it kind of short. I have a bunch of comments, but.
So the top of the page is entitled FY 2020-21 Adopted Budget Overview. Is that the page you're on?
The page, yes,
Okay.
overview, yes. And at the bottom of that page, it says that vacant positions are budgeted at top step but are frozen during the economic downturn. Projections also include salary step increases for staff members who may be eligible on their performance review dates. So I'm just trying to understand so like 6, 7 positions, whatever the number may be, are we budgeting them at top step at the, okay, yeah, I can see you're shaking your head already, but are we budgeting them at top step, like right out of the gate, starting in fiscal year 2020-21, like moving forward, or since they're frozen, did we do it at a certain time period, or how are we doing that?
So they're frozen as in their numbers are not in the budget at all because those positions have been frozen. If they were not frozen, a placeholder would be set at the top step for staff to hire, but since there's no intention to hire and council deems that 6 has been removed, then they're not budgeted at all.
Okay, that answers that question perfectly. And then let me get to my next question. Sorry, I'm gonna have to go back and forth between my notes real quick. I only have a couple. I'm keeping it short. On page 25, there's something about unfunded liability. Let me get there.
Oh, that's the retirement.
Yeah. What does it say here? I just didn't understand what this meant. I couldn't understand it. One of the bullet points at the top of 25 says annual amounts needed to pay for the unfunded liability. What are we talking about there?
That's the ULA payment. It's the payment that we're making with the reserve this year. Unfunded liability is another way of saying that.
Okay, so we're just saying that the yeah, I didn't understand this bullet point, but this is just saying that we're using that money for. Okay, got it. That's easy. All right, let me get back. I have 2 more, and then I'll sorry to use this time for this. And I have a bunch of other questions I'll bring to you offline. So page 29, because I don't want to take up everybody's time, but this one was curious. So I'm trying to understand between 29 and 30, and 29 and 28. And one is the summary of revenue of transfers by fund. That's the transfers. But 29 is the summary of expenditures and transfers by fund. And I'm looking at the library operation, and I'm just curious. It looks like we had library operation cost in 18, library operation cost in 19, library operation cost in 20, but nothing budgeted in 21. Is that true, or why is that? Because don't we continually have to pay for the library operation cost?
I'm unsure, but the library operation, if I remember correctly, that fund was used for costs when we did not have our library and there were some costs regarding the JPA for the county. Since we have our library, there are costs for that. Our library has been folded into the public works budget in the general fund. So our intention is to close that fund.
Ken, I can just clarify, and you're right. What we had that fund that was set aside to create a funding source for constructing the library, and we had that in the budgets as we funded that. Last year, there was a decision made to say why we're not looking at any kind of major capital improvements, expenses. So now the library, basically those costs have shifted into the operating budget for public works maintenance. And that's where those costs reside.
So they still reside somewhere, basically.
They still reside. We still have maintenance costs at the library.
Yes.
It's just a different way of moving it from a capital reserve fund, in essence, is what that really was, and shifting it into the operations budget.
Okay, thank you. That is helpful. I just wanted to make sure we weren't missing that. I have traffic mitigation on the same page, and wondering, I see that goes down a lot, there's not much there, which is fine, but I'm also kind of curious, as we talk about the temporary permits of neighborhoods. I was kind of like, do we need to maybe put more in there? Is that something, obviously we can probably bring it from Public Works or other areas if we want to, but as we continue to talk about these temporary permits, I was kind of like traffic mitigation might be something, and just wanted to get perspective on that.
If I could, the impact fees are only applicable and charged to new construction. So it's related to their impacts on the local streets. So this is not a legitimate or legal funding source for most of what is being suggested in there. Although we could probably justify some of those traffic safety improvements and traffic calming within those funds. But again, the majority of those are actually allocated as part of the Pacific Ridge project, and those probably aren't even showing there. And then we just have a very low number of developments, so that dollar amount never is a huge amount of funds anyway.
Okay, good. Page 49, and you've explained this to me one time, but I need council to hear it again because I also don't remember the answer. So I'm apologizing beforehand for taking time for this. But it's the Main Street Bridge on page 49. And the money from this contingency reserve was moved into the economic uncertainty reserve. And I remember you explaining this to me, but are we going to need any of this money when we do the Main Street Bridge project? And just kind of like re-educate me on that part again. Or is the grant funding all there and so we just don't need it any longer? And that's why we were able to move it. I can't quite remember what the answer was on this.
You want me to go first, John?
Well, go ahead.
You might, John's certainly going to know the history better than me, but I'll talk more in general terms. And it goes back to the definition and nature and the use of funds. In general, it's a best management practice to minimize the number of different funds that an organization has. We don't want a different fund for everything. So the library was a perfect example. A special fund was set up because we were doing a big capital project, and it made sense to create a separate shoebox, if you will, to account for this big effort to build a library. Once it's institutionalized and we're managing a facility like any other facility, we don't need that special fund. And as John said, that's just a normal operation and maintenance expense that's in his budget, just like managing City Hall, and same thing. I think the bridge was similar. Early on, it was this big vision endeavor. Let's create a special shoebox so we can start putting money away and plan and finance that in a certain way. Eventually, the project had a topsy-turvy history on how it got to the project it is today. But the project it is today is 88% funded by federal and state bridge sources. And now our logic is that the 12% match can just be matched out of our normal general fund capital. Again, the idea is not using special funds when they don't really have a purpose.
And it's really about not holding these funds for an indefinite period of time when we're in design, and the majority of those funds are going to be needed at construction, which is at least 2 to 3 years out from now. So that was really the issue, was we will deal with those costs and those local matches when the time comes and when we're needing that money for that phase of the project, really is what we're dealing with too.
Makes sense. All right, cool. Those are my topics that I thought council might be interested in hearing. The rest of them are still minute, but I'm very curious about myself. I'll bring to you offline and we don't have to waste all of council's time on it. All right. That's it for me. Are there any other comments, or can we entertain a motion?
I do have one last comment,
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor, on the library loan. I just think it's worth saying. So, after you mentioned this and the council agreed that we should explore it, I just wanted to acknowledge the county administrator, Mike Caligli. Just an awesome administrator, in my opinion.
Agreed.
He's obviously dealing with all that we're dealing with times by 10, and just doing an amazing job. I mean, it's unbelievable in the short time I've got to know that guy. But when this came up, I took the council's direction and went straight to Mike. I didn't go to someone else at the county. And he was incredibly responsive with all the other things he's dealing with. This is not something he necessarily probably wanted to deal with, but he was very gracious. We actually asked for a little bit more. We would have preferred to not pay the loan back for 8 years to pay, that was kind of what we wanted. And fair enough. I mean, he's a great guy, but he's not a dumb guy. So he gave us the deal that we got, and he just bent over backwards. He's already had county council start working on the paperwork. Just amazing. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. At this point, I agree we should take the deal. It's not the best deal in the world. It's not what you imagine, but it doesn't hurt us. And just the fact that this point that that they went out of the way to do it for us, I think it's something we should really appreciate.
I agree. Thank you for that. Any other comments from council? Can we entertain a motion?
Mr. Mayor, may I suggest that perhaps we take two motions, one with respect to the library deal and the second with respect to the reserve policy?
Yes, and the recommendation has 1 and 2. You want to do each one individually? Is that what you're suggesting? Or
yes.
That somebody, okay, yep.
Could you bring that up so we can see it? The recommendation?
Up on the screen, somebody. Or can I just do it?
Give me just a second. I'll get it.
Yeah.
I'll pull it up.
I've got it right here.
Perfect.
I move that we receive a presentation of the fiscal year 2021 recommended budget, and after accepting public comment and providing additional direction to staff, direct staff to return with a final proposed budget for adoption on June 16, 2020.
And so, Jessica, will you take a roll call vote on that one first, please, then?
Wait a second.
Oh, I'm sorry, a second. Yep.
Second.
I'm so sorry. Jessica, will you kindly take a roll call vote on that?
Yes. Councilmember Reddick,
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose,
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbach,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Brownstone,
Yes.
Mayor Eisen.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Excellent. And for item 2?
So it looks like that was actually, there are actually maybe 3 items. So I guess item 2 would be the motion to defer the library loan payment.
I move that we give direction to staff regarding the deferral of the library loan payment.
Second.
May we do a roll call on that one?
Councilmember Penrose,
Yes.
Councilmember Reddick,
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbach,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Brownstone,
Yes.
Mayor Eisen.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
And then I believe we still need a recommendation on adopting a resolution approving the policy. So was somebody with that one, just so we finished it off?
We adopt a resolution approving a policy for use of the general fund and economic uncertainty reserves.
Second.
Excellent. And Jessica?
Yes. Writing it down. Councilmember Reddick,
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose,
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbach,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Brownstone,
Yes.
Mayor Eisen.
Yes. Well done. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jessica.
Motion carries unanimously.
Yeah. Well done, staff. Well done, council. Good job getting through that particular piece.
We will see you on June 16th with a.
See you on June 16th, if not sooner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done, Lisa and team. All right, item 3B is this. Does anybody need a break before we move to item 3B? Can we continue? Yep, continue. Good. Item 3B, Sewer Authority Midcoast Fiscal Year 2020-21 Operations and Maintenance Budget.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be really quick here. And I don't think I won't take a long time on this one. Very straightforward. This is the annual pilgrimage for the SAM budget for O&M operations and maintenance. And this year, the SAM budget proposed from the board and staff is $7,307,067. This again covers work at the sewer treatment plant as well as conveyance facilities. And again, this is part of a joint powers authority, which the city is a party to. The proposed budget basically for 2021 again includes $7,307,067. This is approximately a 1% reduction over the adopted 2019-20 SAM budget. So again, as noted in the prior presentation with regard to the sewer rates, we're thankful for a flattening in that, and the efforts that were taken by the general manager and his staff to look at the savings and reductions at the request of the member agencies. Again, our share is approximately 56%, which is $4,133,000 and change, and this equates to about $344,000 a month in installments. Again, this year was relatively flat. We do have a new agency attorney in contract. We also, this includes a 4% cost of living COLA adjustment that was included in SAM's contracts with operating engineers, and also includes the services of Dan Child with wastewater management specialists. So that's all included in the budget. And again, for this year, we are recommending adoption of the resolution to adopt this budget and to, again, expressly note the city's protest of the costs associated with repair and replacement of the intertie pipeline system, which goes back to September 13th, 2017 stipulation and order. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right, excellent. I'm sorry, somebody else? No? Good. Okay. Do we have any clarifying questions from council before we go to public comment?
I'm only going to have some comments, but I'd like to hear if there's anybody from the public here.
Okay, let's open to the public then. Is there anybody for public comment on this topic?
I don't show anyone yet. If anyone from the audience would like to address this item, please use the raise your hand feature.
And while we wait a second on that one, I just really want to thank Councilwoman Ruddock and Councilwoman Penrose. They serve as our Sewer Authority Mid-Coast representatives. And I'm just very appreciative for the time and energy they put forth to make sure that all this goes as well as possible and keeps those relationships strong, and make sure that we have a very good operating sewer system here in Half Moon Bay. So thank you for all that dedication and time you two have put forth while we're waiting for the public.
I don't believe we have any public comments on this item.
Beautiful. All right. Well, then let's open it up to council.
I just want to say that this has been a long and grueling process to produce this budget, and it has had many sets of eyes, including several on our staff, chiefly, John Dowdy and Bob Nisbet, and Deborah and I have participated in multiple meetings discussing its development. And I am on the SAM Finance Committee, and we had a couple of finance committee meetings a month dealing with the budget. So at this point, I have no questions, and I just want to express my appreciation to Deborah, fellow Councilmember Deborah Penrose, and our city staff for the sort of in-depth, hands-on look they've taken here. And I'm prepared to support it under protest, as the resolution spells out, but believe me, no stone has been unturned in this budget.
Here, 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 here.
I'd also like to express my appreciation to Council Member Ruddock for her participation and hard work on SAM over these many years, and to our staff, to John Dowdy and to our attorney and to our just hard-working staff. It's complicated working with 3 agencies when 3 agencies are involved, and there are special interests coming from each of the agencies. And to be able to work together and come together and get a budget like this is proof that we can work together. So I'm pleased about that. Thank you.
I'm ready to make a motion if we're ready.
I'm in.
Everyone else ready? Yeah. Okay. I move that we adopt a resolution approving, under protest, fiscal year 2020-21 Sewer Authority Mid-Coast Side Operations and Maintenance Budget, expressly noting the city protest of any and all costs associated with the repair and replacement of the Intershee pipeline system, consistent with the terms set forth in the September 13th, 2017 stipulation and order.
Second.
Excellent. And Jessica, will you kindly do roll call?
Yeah, Councilmember Rohrbeck,
Yes.
Councilmember Reddick,
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Brownstone,
Yes.
Mayor Eisen.
Yeah.
Motion carries unanimously.
Excellent. And we're moving to item 3C, which is the fiscal year 2020-21 Community Services Financial Assistance Grant Program.
Sorry, 1 second, trying to get my camera to work.
Okay, and while you're doing that, I just want to thank, again, this is Debbie Ruddock and Vice Mayor Brownstone, Councilwoman Ruddock and Vice Mayor Brownstone for their work on taking this and looking at it and bringing us their recommendation. Thank you so much.
All right. Good evening again, Mayor Eisen, members of the council. Happy to be here tonight to present the subcommittee recommendations for the Community Services Financial Assistance Grants Program for fiscal year 2020-21. And let me share that screen. All right, there we go. So starting off with a little bit of background. This is the third year that we'll be conducting the CSFA grant program. It was first piloted in fiscal year 2018-2019, where the city distributed $129,750 to 15 local nonprofit organizations for the purpose of supporting important services and programs in the community. Due to the success of the first year, the program was renewed in fiscal year 2019-2020, where $150,000 were distributed to 15 nonprofit organizations. And as we mentioned in the previous meeting, due to some changes in response to COVID-19, some of that funding had to be diverted to address some of those issues that organizations were facing. And when we last met and discussed CSFA, city staff proposed a couple different options for fiscal year 2020-2021. One was no funding in the recommended budget. Next was lower funding in the recommended budget with focus on organizations providing COVID-19 recovery assistance in the community, or to continue the program as previously structured. And ultimately what the council decided was to have the CSFA subcommittee convene and develop recommendations for this next fiscal year. And the subcommittee did meet on May 15th. And these are the recommendations that the subcommittee developed. So in their discussion, the subcommittee really tried to look at organizations that have a track record of accomplishing their goals, organizations that have received funding in the past and have a track record of accomplishing their goals, and organizations that are already known to be providing vital COVID-19 relief services in the community. And so these are the recommendations that they developed. The first one for ALAS, Ayudando a Latinos a Soñar, would be a total of $50,000, $30,000 for general COVID-19 relief services, and $20,000 for mental health services related to COVID-19. Next up would be CoSide Hope for $30,000, Abundant Grace CoSide Worker for $30,000, Senior CoSiders for $30,000, Boys and Girls Club of the CoSide for $25,000, Sonrisas Dental Health Clinic for $20,000, and lastly, CoSide Adult Day Health Center for $15,000, totaling $200,000, which is $50,000 more than was allocated last year. But in the subcommittee's discussion, they really felt that it was important to fund these organizations that are providing such essential and vital COVID-19 relief services to the community. So the recommendation we have for the council tonight is to receive recommendations from the CSFA grant program subcommittee and to provide final funding recommendations for fiscal year 2020-2021 cycle of the program. And also, as noted there on the bottom of the screen, and as you saw in the budget presentation, the $200,000 has been included in the fiscal year 2020-21 recommended budget. And with that, I will open it up to public comment or council discussion, and Councilman or Vice Mayor Brownstone and Councilman Ruddick, as members of the CSA subcommittee, if you have anything to add as well.
Yeah, just a couple of things. Just in terms of our thinking about funding these programs, if you'll notice, every program on this list, except one, and I'll talk about that separately, but these organizations provide essential services to folks who are in need on a good day in this community. These are folks who need, for all different reasons, in terms of finances, in terms of health, communities that are underserved, which is why we originally established the grant fund. Now, with everything going on, whatever that need was is now dire life and death needs. And frankly, this amount is in some cases, a drop in the bucket. But we wanted to support those groups who are already doing a great job. And in many cases, initially maybe only had $15,000 funding. Some already had 25. 3 of them are part of what's called the tri-agency group, which is Alice, CoSide Hope, and Abundant Grace. And so basically we want to give at least $30,000 to each one of those, and then included senior co-siders as well, because they weren't part of that tri-agency. In the case of Alice, they've been doing remarkable work in the last few months, making sure people are fed, making sure mental health services are provided. And in a conversation, months ago that I had with Belinda Arriaga from Alice, I felt that there's really a dire need for mental health services for younger children. She talked about some of the programs, for treating young people with drug issues. And in talking to her, I said, it would be really great if we could get some preventative mental health care for kids who are in elementary and junior high before they start using drugs. She said, yeah, that would be great. We just need some money for our counselors to add more hours to help that population. So that's why we add another 20,000 there. Sonrisa's Dental Health Clinic, again, is providing vital services, and for them, even the process of reopening. There's a lot of county health guidelines that all health clinics, dentists especially, have some very stringent protocols. They need protective equipment. So we wanted to up some of the money allocated to them. And the one group that we were thinking a little differently was really based on a conversation Adam and I had back in, I don't know, Mayor Eisen, back in January. And we both had a really very strong interest in addressing issues concerning the physical and, you know, mental health of our students here that are part of our community. And, you know, it turns out that the Boys and Girls Club, well, our right now, our education district is extremely in financial straits. In fact, before all this happened, they were already cutting the entire sports program from Cunha and other athletic programs. So Boys and Girls Club has already been working on trying to fill in some of that gap to provide sports and athletic programs and health services for young people. And of course, then the crisis hit, and you know, they're ready to try and start to reopen some of those pieces. And so we wanted to make sure, in anticipation that they will be able to provide some of their athletic programs, that we could make sure there's continued scholarships for those who may not be able to afford the fees and be excluded from those programs. So again, it's almost like some seed money in some ways. And then we hope by focusing on these organizations, others may be encouraged to contribute more. So just want to make those comments. Those are some our basic underlying principles and drivers. Debbie, anything you wanted to add, or did I miss anything? Or
Robert, I think you covered it very well. I appreciate it. Thank you. He pretty much nailed the process, I think. So I have no other comments other than to thank Victor and Matt Chittister for laying the groundwork and the legwork subsequently to you know, get this program going. So they were outstanding. And Robert exercised a lot of leadership here when I was busy with finance stuff. So thank you. I think it's a good plan.
Quiet.
Very good. Are we still doing the auditing of how the money is spent?
Yeah, we looked at how up to date, you know, obviously some of these organizations were already full in key mode, you know, providing services vis-a-vis COVID, and providing meals to elderly populations and to underserved populations. And that's one of the things we did with the help of Matthew and Victor. You know, we looked at where they were in achieving their goals, and many had basically overachieved based on the money we had given them and exceeded expectations. Some, depending on the actual service, couldn't deliver, you know, because of, you know, all the shelter and home issues. So yeah, we looked at that was one of the factors we looked at in terms of determining who we felt would spend the money well.
Yeah, and I see that the last part of the staff report. All right, good. Any questions?
Not a question, but a comment. A budget shows what the values of the organization are. And I think the fact that we're willing to spend this money on these organizations, which primarily work with the least of us, is really an indication of the kinds of values that our council has. And I'm thrilled that we're giving this money to these worthy organizations. So I fully support this recommendations.
Excellent, excellent.
I would also just add that thank you to Victor and Matthew for the hard work they've been doing to support the people in our community that need the support. It's not something that all staff is involved in, and these guys are out there on the front lines with the organizations that do so much good, encouraging them, working with them, trying to help them in any way that they can. And also a thank you to Robert and Debbie for the work that they did in coming up with this amount. I did not expect it to exceed last year's amount, and I am just thrilled. Thank you.
And I want to say that this is part of our overall council balanced approach to dealing with all the crisis that's around us right now, because we've had to make different decisions along the way, but we did talk about this as a group, and we do want to be as balanced as possible, helping some people in need, helping other people in need, police force, trash, balancing our budget, and so all the different pieces involved. So this is, it goes in lockstep with keeping the money going towards the things that we find to be of the greatest value to the community. So supported as well. I think we can entertain a motion, move on.
Mr. Mayor. I do have one emailed comment.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you. Public comment. Let's go. Yep.
This comment is from Mike Ferreira. Half Moon Bay council members, I must be in attendance at a different meeting, but I just want to say how pleasing it is to read the staff committee support recommendations. The organizations listed are very much in need during these trying times, are providing aid to impacted communities, and I am hopeful you will be in support of the recommendations as listed.
Beautiful. Any other public comment?
I don't believe so.
Excellent.
No hands are raised, so I think we can move on.
Let's move on. May we entertain a motion?
I move that we accept the subcommittee recommendations for the CFSA program as recommended.
Okay. I think it's worth it. And do we have a second?
Second.
Perfect. 2 seconds. Good. And may we do a roll call?
Councilmember Reddick,
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbeck,
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Brownstone,
Yes.
Mayor Eisen.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Beautiful. All right. And we are on to item 3D, which is the City Council Priorities Work Plan for fiscal year 2021. I believe that's Matthew. We might not be able to hear you yet.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Can you see my presentation on the screen?
Yes.
Great. Honorable Mayor, council members, it's great to be with you tonight. It's still late, but not as late as it could have been. So hopefully we'll get through this quickly and be able to move forward. So tonight I'm with you to present our City Council Priorities Work Plan, which has been created by staff for discussion and approval tonight. Much like all the other projects I work on, I didn't do all the work. Karen Decker, our senior management analyst in the city manager's office, is really the person we'll thank for all the work on this and moving this forward. And she likes to be behind the scenes, but she is with us in case there are any questions that come up tonight. Okay. So when we talk about our strategic plan, just for a little bit of background, we're talking about 3 specific areas. First of all, we have City Council strategic elements. These are high level, lofty goals. They're kind of what guide everything that we do. And within those elements, we have some specific areas that we work on, but those are pretty constant year after year and really reflect the values of our community. The strategic plan also includes your City Council priorities, which are developed on an annual or biannual basis. and really put a focus on specific areas of need in our community and specific areas of priority for your council. And that is usually reflected in the budget. And then, of course, our capital improvement program, which is looking out 5 years, and specific projects are approved on a year-by-year basis. And all this information is available on our website. And earlier this year, we talked about the strategic plan and our work to better present this to the public and make this information more available to the community. Unfortunately, right as we got rolling with that was when the shelter in place started. So this is something we'll pick up as City Hall reopens and we start working together again. And hopefully it helps the community align with the work that we're doing. So for fiscal year 2020-21, we followed a similar process that we've done in years past. The big difference is in late 2019, we commissioned a community survey that served several purposes, but really helped to inform us as we went into our listening sessions. We've had several hundred responses. That the main survey was a scientific survey, and then we have ongoing responses coming in, and we have several hundred responses to that. Additionally, during February and March of this year, we held 3 listening sessions, one at the Senior Co-Siders, one at our library, and one at the community center. The Senior Co-Siders listening session included Mandarin Chinese translation, which was a request of the Senior Co-Siders because of a population they have there, and that was really helpful. And then, of course, the general listening session at the library was translated into Spanish, and the 3rd session at the TED Adcock was held completely in Spanish and translated into English for those that don't speak Spanish, and is always an important meeting for us to hold to support our Latino community. We received over 100 participants and comments from those participants during those listening sessions. And as in previous years, a report was prepared and that was presented to the council at their priority setting workshop on March 10th. And typically, that priority setting workshop sets our council priorities for the coming year, and then staff takes those priorities. We put together a work plan. That work plan includes budgeting in the specialized budgeting in the upcoming budget to really put a focus on those priorities and secure resources. And as we know, this year turned out a little different. On March 2nd, so prior to our priority setting workshop and in the midst of our listening sessions, was when Governor Newsom declared the state of emergency and the county activated their EOC. We held our workshop on March 10th, and that Friday, the county health officer barred gatherings of 50 or more. And then the next Monday, we went into our shelter in place. And that really, really did change the landscape for preparing for this year's budget and for figuring out how we would implement this work plan in the coming fiscal year. So some of the things that have impacted the development of this work plan, you've heard a lot about tonight, so I won't go into it too much, but we've got revenue shortfalls this year and projected into next year. We've had to cut staffing and reduce staffing hours. Contract services have been cut, capital projects have been canceled or delayed, and our overall expenses have been cut to reach a balanced budget. And our focus over the next couple of years, of course, is going to be shoring up our reserves, maintaining a balanced budget, and recovering from COVID-19 impacts. So again, the impacts include loss of staff positions, contractors, interns who have played a really key role over the last couple of years in the work that we've done, especially around priorities, and some of our important programs. Staff time will be limited over the next year at least due to furloughs. Our projected budget constrains spending on some of these projects. And of course, we have to maintain a focus on daily operations, our core services we provide to the community, and providing really quality customer service to the community first and foremost. So as we talk about the priorities in the work plan tonight, we've, as staff, really considered all of those constraints. We've reviewed the notes and the comments that you've provided and the community provided over the last several months. the context of the world that we live in right now, during shelter in place with COVID and the recovery that is in front of us. And we've tried to develop a work plan that meets all of those needs and is realistic, things that we can accomplish. So at your priority setting workshop, you maintained 4 of our previous priorities: affordable housing, emergency preparedness, traffic and transportation demand management, sustainability, and then as a 5th priority, we added economic development. And the discussion, of course, at your priority setting meeting was really about downtown vitality, really building up our main street, and looking at how we could encourage new industries and diverse industries in our community. And that was all before we knew what COVID was going to do to our economy, to our small business community, to our hotel industry here on the coast. And again, all of this is being thought about in that context now. So the first area we want to talk about is affordable housing. We have 3 focus areas. One is around the Affordable Housing Fund. A second is development, affordable housing development in our community, and then housing and security support, especially for those that have been impacted by COVID. So for the Affordable Housing Fund, what we're really looking at is how do we replenish that and make it a sustainable fund? How do we find new funding sources other than the big development projects that we've had, the housing projects over the years that have funded the Affordable Housing Fund? And so our community development team will be completing a commercial linkage fee study this year and preparing options for the city council to consider. And this is one way that we can get more steady income. It's not a huge amount of money, but it can create some sustainable income for this fund so that we can use it on a more ongoing manner. Under development, the biggest thing that we can really do this year to promote affordable housing development is to give our community development department the time and the resources they need to complete the local coastal land use plan, which they've been working on for several years. And they're really in the home stretch on. They've done an incredible amount of work, an incredible amount of community input, and with some focus and ability to focus on it, should be able to complete that this year. Once that's completed, they'd really like to shift some focus on initiating a town center planning. There's a grant involved with that, and we'll talk a little bit more about that when we talk about economic development, because there's a huge tie to that. But it will allow for additional affordable housing in our downtown core area. And then they want to initiate a housing element update in coordination with the San Mateo County 21 Elements Group, which is a group that works together. It's all the 20 cities in San Mateo County and the county on ways to, from a regional standpoint, promote affordable housing. And then under housing insecurity and support, we believe it's appropriate to allocate a portion of our existing affordable housing funds to work with local service providers on rent and mortgage assistance for those especially for those impacted by COVID. But as we know, there are always those needs in our community, and there's been a big draw on those funds from other sources with Coastside Hope and some of the other service providers here on the coast. And we believe the Affordable Housing Fund is a source that can help replenish some of those supplies. And so we'll be working with those nonprofit providers to develop a plan and a program and bring that back to you later this year. Under emergency preparedness, this is an area that we were not able to provide as much focus on in this past fiscal year. With the previous structure, the staff that was dedicated to this cause was working in the administrative services department. And when we lost several staff members early in this fiscal year in that department, that staff members' focus really had to be on human resources and those issues. And right as we hired up and started to refocus on our energy on emergency preparedness, COVID-19 hit, and we've focused our energy in this area really on working with the county and other agencies and making sure we're responding appropriately and documenting all of our efforts for potential reimbursement from FEMA. And a lot of the work around emergency preparedness requires a lot of collaboration and work with other agencies who are busy responding to COVID right now as well. So our work plan for this doesn't change dramatically from last year, but with the staffing that's been provided and an ability to focus on this in the coming fiscal year, we believe we can accomplish these tasks. So under policies and planning, we hope to complete the update to the city emergency operations plan, and that will require a lot of coordination and collaboration with lots of different community partners. And we are convening a group once things settle down that includes the fire district, the school district, the sheriff's office, the Office of Emergency Services, and then of course, more broadly, our community groups like CERT and KEEP and other groups, the ham radio operators, that can provide important input on how to put together this plan in a way that really meets the needs of the Half Moon Bay and Coastside community. Under education and training, as many of you know, we had to cancel the second Coastside Preparedness Day, which was scheduled for early May. We had hoped that maybe we could schedule that a little bit later this year, but with the way that public gatherings remain and the cancellation of other larger events, we believe that it's more appropriate to just look at next spring as bringing this back and bringing the community together around this important topic. We had scheduled this spring staff CPR training, which had to be canceled once people had to go work remotely. And obviously that type of training is very hands-on. So once it's safe, we'll make sure that all of our staff are trained in CPR. And then we'll be working with the community to either coordinate or participate in education events in the community. I think CERT will be a great partner for that. And we've talked about doing an event similar to National Night Out that's maybe emergency or CERT Night Out or something like that. So again, those are dependent on things opening up here in our community more and the community feeling safe in gathering together. And then of course, we'll continue to work with all of our collaborative partners to really work together, find the best practices that we can bring to our community and make sure that we're doing everything we can to keep our community safe and prepared for what is inevitably the next natural or man-made disaster.
Matthew, before you move on,
Yeah.
I just want to make a comment here. I could have made it during the budget, but I just think it's very worthy to note that we have related to our efforts in emergency preparedness. The city has had a contract with the county sheriff Office of Emergency Service for throughout the years. It's about $70,000 per year. That contract provided the city a half-time person from the county, OES, who had office hours here, provided training for us, assisted in the community education events, provided expertise. That was also something that we had to cut as part of the budget cutting process. That has been communicated to the sheriff. And so we are taking formal action to terminate that contract effective July 1st. So I just wanted to announce that here, that has an impact on what we're able to do in this area. We will not have that the county assistance on that next year.
Thank you, Bob. And of course, we are part of the county JPA for the Office of Emergency Services. So we do have services at their services at our disposal, but the enhanced services that we were receiving, we will not have access to this year. Under traffic and transportation demand management, there are several things that our Department of Public Works especially is going to be working on. First, under policies, they'll be looking to establish and implement the requirements of Senate Bill 743 and vehicle miles traveled. And that really has to do with how the impacts of transportation are considered in CEQA and how we measure the vehicle miles traveled here in our community. Additionally, they'll be conducting community surveys to better understand local travel behaviors, which is something that we've always been interested in analyzing local and regional transportation patterns. And all of that, of course, is in hopes of developing new and creative solutions to alleviate some of the traffic issues that our residents face and visitors face on those busy weekends. Under programs, One of the things that our staff will be doing is working really closely with the school district to identify the new transportation demands in a post-COVID world with different curriculum and different schedules. We know that some of the transportation options that the school district had been offering have been changed, and there are going to be students in and out of Half Moon Bay that are affected, and we want to work with them to identify ways to improve that. And then as far as projects go, of course, the primary project that we've been working on and making progress on is the Highway 1 South safety and operational improvements there at Highway 1 and Main Street. And we'll be in construction this year for that. And that's one of the projects that we've maintained in our CIP for funding. We have large grants associated with it, and that will be an important project moving forward. The East Side Parallel Trail from Roosevelt to Murata in the Miramar area will be in the design and CEQA phase. And the Highway 1 North safety and operational improvements will also be in the design and CEQA phase this coming fiscal year. The Main Street Bridge Rehab Project will be continuing in design and CEQA, and the Poplar Parallel Trail, that's from Railroad to the Coastal Trail. That will, it's a smaller project, so it will be in design and then hopefully CEQA and construction during this fiscal year. Under sustainability, as you know, we've hired a sustainability analyst, Veronica. She presented earlier tonight and has really allowed us as a city to do as you have always wanted to, which is start becoming leaders in the sustainability world and showing that a small city can do great things and make big impact from a sustainability standpoint. And so under policies, they'll be working on first drafting a disposable foodware ordinance for the community input and city council consideration. We know that that's been pushed back a little bit from the original plan, but that will still move forward in this fiscal year. They'll be exploring amendments to city code that could further reinforce our commitment to sustainability. There's been a lot of different ideas passed around, so staff will be exploring that and seeing what could have the biggest impact, especially with our limited resources right now. They'll also be conducting research on the feasibility of a single-use plastic ban. We know that, again, in a post-COVID world, there's different thoughts around how we can implement that in a way that allows us to continue to support our businesses, but also look at sustainability. We'll be pursuing gold level beacon awards in sustainable practices and the community greenhouse gas emissions categories, and restarting the outreach and education for business compliance with AB 1826, which is legislation around waste diversion and recycling programs for businesses in an area we want to provide support to our local businesses. Under programs, we'll continue sustainability education and outreach through the Earth Year campaign, which has been really well received and successful already, and social media contests, which people have really enjoyed and has increased participation and interest from the community. Complete the obligations from the Keep America Beautiful grant that you heard about earlier tonight, and develop a program for recycling collected cigarette butts, and then develop a coastal cleanup program leveraging efforts by our local nonprofit organizations that we've been working with, primarily Pacific Beach Coalition and Surfrider and those types of agencies. Under projects, we do still plan to move forward with the development of a climate action and adaptation plan, which will include in community engagement. The big difference here is not utilizing consultants for all of this, but using our staff expertise and some resources we've had made available to us that can really help us in that process. We'd also like to complete the city's municipal and community greenhouse gas inventory reports and pursue grant funding and partnerships to secure battery backup storage at our city facilities, and then pursue state funding to bring a CRV redemption center back to the coast side. This is something that's been missing for a while, and there are grants available, and we're working with the state on those right now. And then economic development, of course, is the new priority. And as I mentioned earlier, there was a big focus on really revamping the downtown and working with our downtown businesses, but also just looking at how we can diversify our business community and find other sources of revenue and employment and economy for our community. Post-COVID, those are all going to be important things, but obviously our focus is going to be on first recovery for our local businesses. Our small businesses have been hit very, very hard by COVID, and it's going to take a while for them to recover. So our main focus here, which will guide all of our efforts around economic development for the next couple of years, will be developing a economic recovery task force. And we've already started efforts around this. We hope to have representation from our chamber, from the Downtown Business Association, from the Hotel BID, from the ag and the fishing communities. And then, of course, really trying to leverage some of those incredible community members we have that bring a lot of expertise and creative ideas. We've already heard some really great ideas from members of our community as we've gone out and met with business groups over the last couple of months. And we're hoping this task force, which we expect to convene for a year or two, will be able to really look at our community and do what they call a SWOT analysis, look at the community's strengths, weaknesses, and then the opportunities that we have moving forward and threats to those businesses recovering and moving forward. And so some of the deliverables we expect to come from the task force will be a SWOT analysis to start to develop short-term and long-term strategies around recovery, business resiliency, and diversification of our economy, so that when the next disaster happens that impacts one sector of our economy, it doesn't have such significant impacts on the community as a whole, and our organization and other organizations here on the coast. And we hope to be able to pursue grant funding. We've been working with the Economic Development Administration, a federal agency, on some COVID-related grants they've got available. And there are other grant programs we know will be made available through the recovery process, and we want to be able to take advantage of those. We do still want to take advantage of the grant funding that we have around town center planning, and that obviously is a very long-term project. And so we do think efforts will need to be made moving forward this year, and those will be led by our community development department, but there'll be a lot of collaboration with all of our city departments and the community. And so this coming year, the focus after the land use plan is completed will be to really coordinate and collaborate on those planning efforts, and then look at town center business promotion, which would include signage and programming, streetscape and circulation, start looking at a streetscape design process to better utilize our main street for our businesses and for our community, and look at circulation improvement throughout our town center. And that will be done in coordination with the bicycle and pedestrian master plan, which was recently completed. The land use plan and housing element implementation will also be an important part of this project, and that will be implemented following the completion of the LUP. And then environmental review will be needed for all these plans, and depending on how far we get through this process, we would initiate a CEQA review for zoning and other policies related to the changes proposed through this town center planning. Another new addition to this process this year was the addition of some priority projects, and this allowed us to look at some kind of self-contained projects that could be completed throughout the year to enhance our community and make our community better. And this is the list that was developed as part of your priority setting process. A Mac Dutra Plaza greening process. We know that the Mac Dutra Plaza was recently, in the last 5 years, remodeled. It's a great community gathering space. It's used a lot, and it's really well used and liked by our community. But we have heard comments from council and from the community that it may be a little drab, and that's a lot of that's connected to the history of how that project moved forward and some of the surrounding building ownership and limits on our ability to do everything we wanted to do there. And so there was this idea that we could maybe green it up a little bit, make it a little bit nicer, add some color and some other features that could make it an even more inviting space. The single-use plaza tonight is one of those priority projects that the council wants to see move forward. a downtown sign at Main Street and 92, really helping direct traffic, letting people know where our downtown shops are and where they can find parking, and of course, where to find other amenities on the coast. And then exploration of microgrids, solar panels, and power storage at city facilities and beyond. And then housing grants for ADUs as a way to promote ADUs as affordable housing here on the coast and not just a source of revenue for homeowners. So our recommendation as staff right now, given the constraints that we're under both financially and from staffing, is to just take a pause on these projects right now, allow us time to reopen our city buildings, transition all of our staff to a new way of working, as well as the community and how they can interact with us and work with us, and implement measures that mitigate the risk and spread of infectious diseases at our city facilities. And also just kind of get a feel for what the economic recovery looks like over the next several months. And the idea is we'd return in the late second quarter and really take a hard look at where we're at as a city organization from a staffing standpoint, where our budget is, where our revenue projections have gone, and then take a look back at these projects. As you've heard, I'm going to go back to the projects really quick. For a lot of these, there are small things that are going to move forward either way. They're just a natural part of the work that we're doing. But the focus on these as standalone priority projects for this year, we believe needs to be put on hold and allow some time for recovery to happen before we dive in head first on these and really commit a lot of time and resources to them. A couple of examples under Mac Dutra Plaza greening. Although the city won't have likely the funding or the resources to really do a big project to do a lot of work there, there is work going on behind the scenes to potentially have a community mural go up on one of the walls there, which could add some color and life to that and start to pave the way for a more vibrant plaza. Public Works staff will continue to look at the viability of a single-use plastics ban. And then depending on where we're at later this year, they may have the resources to really move forward with developing that ban and doing that outreach. So that is really necessary before moving forward with that. A downtown sign at Main Street and Interstate 92, obviously we'll continue to work with the Chamber and the Downtown Association. And if a grant or other funding opportunity comes along, and if some of our partners can take a lead, more of a lead role in some of that, that's something that can move forward. And really with the microgrids, solar panels, and power storage, that's really dependent on us finding grants through we have a firm that obviously looks for grants for us, and we have staff that are always kind of looking for those opportunities. So those are some examples of how we could start to move forward with some of this stuff without really dedicating a ton of staff resources and financial resources until we know that we're in a more stable position. So that will allow us as staff in the first 2 quarters to really focus on those priorities that we talked about tonight, those 5 priority areas, to implement the approved capital projects and get those moving forward, to really research and apply for what is looking like will be a lot of opportunity for grants and other revenue streams as the federal and state government try to stimulate our economy, continue our day-to-day operations, especially in light of all the changes that we're facing, and then evaluate our financial forecasts and revenues over the next several months and available resources. And again, we can come back mid-year and really talk about where we're at and what else we can take on at that point. So our recommendation is to have you receive and accept the report for the staff work plan that we presented tonight. And that will allow us to move forward with the strategic plan document for publication on our website and begin implementation of those projects. And then come back later this year to talk about the priority projects and where we're at with those. So with that, I'll take any questions and obviously public comment.
All right, Matthew, thank you for a great presentation. Open it up for council.
So, I think one thing that we might want to keep in mind, I think I've mentioned this before, some climate resilience bonds, alternative bonds, had been moving forward prior to COVID. Now, looks like they're morphing into an economic recovery bond that the governor supports and the legislature looks like they support. So right now it's undergoing a lot of intense negotiation and amendments. And I noticed that recent amendment language would set aside grant funds for microgrids, for local governments wanting to do like microgrid projects and other, alternative energy sort of projects. But microgrids is actually called out in the bond. So I think we want to, we'll be wanting to review the language of that bond and maybe rejigger our priorities in order to, qualify for the funding that will be available. I'm guessing that this will be, this bond for November 2020 might be, the last one for a significant number of years. So I think the potential for bond funding is one criteria for prioritizing our work. So when I get my hands on what looks to be close to final, I'll share that. But there's a lot of interesting things in there. They're going to use this bond to, move the needle on some of the state's, higher priorities dealing with energy and climate change and other infrastructure. So not so much a question. I get what you're recommending. I support it. It looks to me like there's still potentially overflowing plates for staff, but I just wanted to say I think we want to look at grant funding as it becomes available.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah, and I think, sorry, Mayor, just in comment to that, I think this is a great example of, if something like that does come along, we would come back to you and really more than any time in the past, we would have to decide to take something else off the plate of Public Works for us to move forward with that type of a project. And I think you understand that. And I think we'll be able to have good discussions if and when those times arise to really make conscious decisions to reshuffle those priorities so that the work can move forward, but we're allowed to able to put the focus we need on a project like that.
Good. Any other council input or questions? Good. I like that. At this hour, do we have anything from the public?
I don't have any hands raised, Mayor. If there are any attendees who would like to comment, please use the raise your hand feature.
All right. Then if there's anybody else that wants to comment on it before anybody makes a motion, feel free to get in or ask any questions, and otherwise.
I move that we receive and accept the report on the staff work plan for the City Council priorities for fiscal year 2020-21.
Second.
Very good. Roll call vote. Do we need to do the second bullet point as well, or are you good with that?
No, those are just the tasks we'll take care of once we move forward with it.
Excellent. Jessica?
Councilmember Rareback?
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose?
Yes.
Councilmember Reddick?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Brownstone?
Yes.
Mayor Eisen?
Yes, and thank you for taking the time to reprioritize these for us and really kind of synthesize them into what can and should be done. So thank you.
Thank you. And again, I just want to thank Karen Decker. She's our senior management analyst in the CMO, and she's really taken the lead. This is one where face-to-face work with all of our colleagues is so important, and she was able to still pull this off with Zoom and phone calls and emails, and it's just been a great job, and we appreciate all the work the departments did to really think about the context that we're working in and develop these realistic plans moving forward. And obviously, we're grateful to the council for understanding the constraints that we're facing and the work that we'll accomplish this year. Thank you.
All right. We are into City Commission committee updates.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think there are any. I don't see Jill raising her hand to make any comment on the only meeting that occurred was a planning commission meeting, but I don't see any comments on that. So you can move on to the next item.
Bob, I'll just share, we are going to be holding a Recreation Commission meeting middle of the month, and that'll be published soon.
Okay.
We have not met as a commission for the last 2 months, and we feel like it's time to start talking about how recreation will move forward under the new rules, and we're hoping to start reopening some of our facilities and our programs in July. And we're looking forward to meeting with the Recreation Commission to talk that over and get their input and their ideas. So that'll be happening in mid-June.
Good to know. Thank you. Anything else on that City Commission? Okay. For future discussion, possible agenda items. I want to kind of second what Debbie mentioned earlier. I felt like there was general consensus on the council, but I guess we should bring it up to have a study session. I guess, Debbie, do you want to talk about it a little further? It was a study session on parking / permitting / coastal commission, talking all the various pieces. But
let's call it impacts of beach access. Or something like that. It's hours ago that I came up with all that.
Study session on impacts of beach access.
Yeah, something like that. She said it more eloquently earlier on. We need to go back and take the recording and figure it out. Any other future discussion, possible agenda items?
Well, sort of a related thing. So, I was kind of thinking like, I know you've been out there too. I know many of us have been out there looking at what's going on the weekends, the beach areas and the coastal trail especially. And, there's just so little mask wearing. And I find that distressing. I think that's a real problem. And so I just wanted to test people's interest in maybe the city taking a stronger stand about that and requiring masks when you're outdoors, with possible exception of strongly exertion exercises, sort of things. It's not something that we can enforce very well, but I almost feel like we have to take sort of a moral stand about mask wearing and social distancing. It's like, it's the one area where we might be able to influence things. And there are health risks involved with no distancing and no masks. And it occurred to me, maybe we need to require masks, but I just wanted to throw it out there for everybody to think about.
I agree, because it will help move along social peer pressure if people at least would have that umbrella that, like we did with smoking in the streets. You can't enforce all that, but it's the right message. And if we're going to start reopening, we can't monitor everybody following guidelines, but if people can't even do the most basic things around wearing masks, then as a community, I think that's pretty, because it's only going to get more difficult if we don't. So, yeah.
I'd be willing to discuss it. I would like to get I'd be curious to get Dr. Morrow to actually weigh in on the topic, especially on outdoors. But also, my fear would be, and with Deborah, we'll get to you right afterwards. My fear would be that that the locals would wear it, and then they'd be really mad that we're not enforcing it with the people that are coming in from over the hill, and it would create this tremendous pressure on that I feel like would be very hard to deal with. Councilwoman Penrose?
Yeah, and to that point, exactly. Maybe we could take advantage of the fact that there are so many folks out there who want the same thing, who are complaining about the people who aren't wearing masks, and start a volunteer citizen group to hand out masks provided by the city.
Good idea.
So if you're taking a walk on the coastal trail and you're an ambassador, you carry 20 extra masks with you and you hand them out.
I agree. And I think you could have different kind of masks. You could
Training.
have this plain old I love Half Moon Bay masks, you know.
Right. Bob,
Personally, I like the idea. If you're one of those people that's so scared of somebody not wearing a mask, I don't know how easy it'll be for you to actually hand a mask to another person. But,
grabbers. Carry grabbers.
yeah, exactly. It's just. But I'm open to discussing it all. I'm open to discussing it all. All good ideas.
It would just be part of a really good messaging program, you know, like you want people to act responsibly, and you know, there's ways to frame things, you know, but you know, you can hand someone a mask. I'll hand anyone a mask and say, hey, wouldn't you like to be the person who's helping keep someone else from catching this from you? You know, it's asymptomatic half the time, right? Wouldn't you like to help not pass this around? And, you know, just kind of build that into a gentle but
it's a public health. It's a public service campaign. What do you call it?
No question. No, it's good. It's good. I'm channeling my inner Bob Nesbitt here and realizing that obviously there's a lot more that goes into it than
Adam, to your question, Dr. Morrow already totally
may be
supports
surprised on this one, Mr. Mayor. I've been reading too much, maybe, and I have to admit I've myself personally kind of come full circle on this one as well. Catherine's done some research on it. I keep reading more. Full states have done it. So from what I've read, this is an area where maybe California is a little behind some of the other states.
Oh, good.
Certainly cities have. I think I mentioned at the last meeting, I actually sat through about a half hour of a Palo Alto meeting. They did it for the entire city. And the only exemption was if you were doing active exercise, and they acknowledged the same thing when they passed it, that they couldn't enforce it, but they felt it morally sent the right message that this is something so simple that might save lives, and that was what started to turn me around. So, I think it first came up from Councilmember Reddick on just the coastal trail, but it seems like to me, if we're going to do it and we really want to send the message, I mean, I don't know why we wouldn't do it for the entire city.
Well, I like Deborah's idea about using like an ambassador program. You know?
Yeah.
Right. We have got so many people involved right now. I don't want to lose them. You know, all the emails that we get from people that say, oh, gee, I was on the trail and nobody had a mask on, and why can't the city do something about it? And they also say, I'd be happy to help. Just tell me how. So we've got a lot of that kind of energy out there. I don't think it would take much to get, you know, I think it would be a simple training program. We could come up with one statement that people could make, one thing that they could say, and give them all masks and hand them all out.
And Adam, to your initial question, Dr. Morrow and every health officer in the state 100% wants people to wear masks. The only question is, then how do we, but it's up to us to get folks to act responsibly to wear the damn things. But yeah, they all support it and recommend it. And every bit of evidence shows it makes a difference. So scientific evidence. So yeah, we have all the medical support that we need. It's just us figuring out a way to communicate.
Well, I've read some studies, and I mean, I could be wrong. That's why I'm curious to understand it. But that when you're outside, the likelihood of passing somebody like on a path or whatever, unless they're sneezing directly at you or whatever, but the amount of microbes that you need to absorb in order to catch the virus at that point it's very hard to catch it outside, basically. So that's why I'm curious to get the actual scientific professional person, because I've seen Stanford studies. So just trying to understand it before
Sure.
we go crazy.
I'll check in with Dr. Morrow, and like I say, if we can bring something back for the next meeting, check with Dr. Morrow. Again, Catherine can speak to this, but the research she did showed that it would be a pretty straightforward local order. It's not over the top. Again, the work is getting I'm not committing to the volunteer program and the ambassadors, but the message would make news.
Yeah.
It would make the Half Moon Bay Review. It would make the San Mateo Daily Journal. It would make the news. It's the message. It is a way of providing leadership. And so that step alone, just passing the order, is not a lot of work for your council. So
that's good. That's good. That's good to hear. So good. So let's throw that on the agenda.
Anything else?
Not from me, but
I'm good.
okay. All right, then I'm going to move on to city council reports. Annie?
I'll just mention that, so, I'm on the San Mateo County Flooding and Sea Level Rise Resiliency District. So just wanted to make everybody aware that they're developing, list of potential projects that might be funded by an initial funding measure, 3-4 years down the road. And so I've been talking to our new general manager, as have our staff, but they're interested in doing a project on the coast side, 1 or 2 projects. And the criteria that the general manager is leaning toward is projects that provide multiple benefits, like habitat restoration, water quality improvements, protect against erosion, that sort of thing. So they're talking to our staff. Our staff has ideas, and they may be wanting to talk to others in the community. So we might contact you about that. But, so that process has been kicking into gear. But what sort of climate resilience projects might work for the coastline? So.
Excellent. Thank you for doing that. Anyone else? Good.
It's been lovely, but I have to scream now.
I missed that.
Me too. I think it was a joke, but so I didn't. I was trying to read the facial expression to understand it. Do we need it repeated?
I missed it. Sorry. That's okay.
I did as well. I hope it's okay. So I'm ready to. Do you want to? I'm ready to adjourn the meeting. Bye everybody. Thank you so much for this evening and all the discussion. Have a great night. Thank you, staff. Thank you, council. Have a good one.
You too.
Thank you, and
Mr.
good night.
Mayor.
Bye.
Good night, everybody. Stay safe.